Oh, hello. Hey. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Oh, hope you're doing good. Oh my god. Hello. Hi, Brad Talk. Hi, Jameson Dragon. Hi, Zio. Hi, Mama Dragon. And hi, Jokey Dragon. And thanks for the 105 stream streak. Oh my god. I wanted to do a little bit of like the custom badge on Discord for it, but I actually don't know how to do it. I have close to close to zero knowledge on Discord actually. Uh, Same stream streak? Oh my god, holy hecky, holy oh my god. That's so much. Oh my god. That makes me feel like I stream too much, no? I don't know, but thank you as well, Jameson. Oh my god. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty nice today. um, it's been a while since I've been able to treat myself with some good food lately, but because because on Tuesday we were cleaning up the storage room still, right? There's still no things in there. And then mom found some people that is able to recycle used boxes, used plastics, uh like plastic containers, the soft ones, not the hard ones, and then used bottles as well, right? So all of them, we got a bit of extra money out of that. So today, mom and me decided to go and have a bit of a dim sum. It feels nice. I haven't had a good food in a while, to be honest. Well, good food, right? Like, uh, good food as in, I would say luxury stuff, right? Luxury food like sushi, dim sum, like those. Uh, dim sum is like, do we call them finger size? No, bite size food where it's like it's not very fulfilling, but it tastes super duper good. I think that counts as luxury food, right? Because each bowl of dim sum, which is like a small portion of dim sum, is like 6 ringgit, and obviously we're gonna order like 10 or something so that we all can share and eat, and then hopefully get full. But we are all full, so it's all good, right? It's bite size of finger food. I actually don't know what finger food is. Snackonoms? Oh yeah, dim sum literally means snacks, so it's dim sum usually is when people order a main dish and then they call in dim sum as like some extra. So yeah, but we eat dim sum as if we're eating main meal. Why is finger food getting heckin' what? I'll allow that. Hi Brian. What Kobo gonna do? I'm not too sure, but today we're gonna do a lot of like uh I'm still opening up maps. There's some junctions that I want to open. And if I were to do some like survival defense, like the endless ones, I think I want to ask someone to like beat the shit out of them because I'm so angry last night. Well, angry in a good way because the Greeneers are, I hate them. I fucking hate them. Right? Those stupid Greeneers have like all the airborne explosions and shit. I don't know. Cute Kobo friend spawned. Well, hi Nick. Nick friend, oh my god. Hi Brian. Kobo Games. Yeah, Kobo has been really kind of addicted to Warframe. Not gonna lie. But also started playing Sonic Unleashed yesterday, so I want to finish out. I also want to do like a series for Sonic Unleashed because it's really fucking fun. Sonic Unleashed is one of my favorite, absolute favorite mid-school games. Really. Dim some of these balls. Dim some of these balls. Oh my god, Brian, I cannot believe it. Yeah, auto mode is weird. I don't get it. Can't believe I'm streaking. One hobby with Kobo. Yeah, if there's a survival or like just endless modes, I'll poke some of my friends and have Jokey in as well. Yeah. A friend's trying to tempt me to Warframe, it's just Look, to be honest, multiple friends have been tempting me to go into Warframe for the past years. And it took me years to get into it. So don't worry about it too much, Jameson. I I'm the person where I don't know when people tell me things, I don't feel it and I just don't try it. But they keep like have a snippet of something like sprinkled there and a little bit of there, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And then in the end it's just like, okay, I'm kinda sold. And I gave it a try. Apparently I like it. Wow, I surprise, surprise, holy shit. Like sure, there's not enough dragons in the game, sadly. Well, people say that Chroma is dragon, but I guess it kinda is, but I don't know how to get them. Apparently it's just doing main plots that I can get it. Slowly does it. Right? Slowly does it. Ooh. Oh my god, it's Star Fluffer. Were you the friend that Jameson was speaking of? And keep doing your job, it's fine. I'm joking. Hi, Fluffer. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Boop. Wait. Boop. Oh my god. I'm gonna drink water. So yeah, I had some good food this morning. I feel pretty nice. It's been a while. I might be the friend that James is speaking of trying to get him to Warframe. Nice. Oh, are you getting back into Warframe? I think you mentioned the void relics scared you off of the game back then, but I don't know how it is now. Oh, you're getting back into it. Wow. I'm sorry, but also you're welcome. I don't know if I'm partially the reason for it, but I'm just gonna say it outright first. I've got the prime weapon I was trying to get for the past few months. Ooh, nice, 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 nice. Heck yeah. I've been opening up relics as well. I don't know. I'm not. I haven't opened up the Maru Bazaar, the place. The uh, the thing. I don't know. The game keeps telling me to go to Maru Bazaar, but I haven't been there yet. And I've been opening up relics in, I think, the game called Void Fishes. And there are like some survival missions or defense missions that is like endless, and then I can keep opening up relics per wave. Survival is per 5 minutes. Defense is per 3 waves, per reward, and then excavation is per 100 cryotic. It's like I can keep opening up relics. It's like wow. I don't know how it is back then, but opening up relics seems nicer now, I think. I cannot make any comparison because I just started not too long ago. But speaking of, let's open up War Farm. Look, the game is called War Farm. War Farm. Like, give me a second. I also, I didn't mention that I want to play Repo tomorrow, but I don't know how I feel about that honestly, since I don't see much interest for now. I'll probably do it again next week. Or I'm still thinking if I want to give it a try tomorrow, or I'll postpone it to next week starting. I'm not too sure. Right. I'm leaning towards the first one here because I want to play Sonic Unleashed tomorrow. Oh my god, can I be any more selfish? God damn it. Oh no. I feel so selfish sometimes making these decisions. Like, fuck. Oh my god. Alright, anyways, Warframe. The excavation allows for easy relic gathering, but there is also a certain vision set that has the easiest time for relic grinding and obtain the relics in the first place. I even got one shiny loot out of the relics, I think. I need to like I show one of my most trusted dragons in Telegram, and it's like, oh wow, that's a golden loot. It's like, what's a golden loot? I don't even know what's a golden loot. And then apparently in relics there is this bronze, silver, and gold loot in the relic. And then I was like, I got this like very cool looking gun. And then they said, oh hey, that's a golden loot. It's like, huh? Golden loot? Holy shit. I will show you guys. I feel pretty happy about the gun that I got. I might be a little bit more yapping. I might yap a little bit more today because I feel happy after that meal in the morning.
You seek rewards, hunter?
Who are you? You only gave me 10k? What? 10k? One mission grants me 40k. What do you mean? Stingy? What the heck? Alright.
Operator, you have outdone yourself.
What of it? Happy Kobo is best Kobo. Wee. I like to be a happy bolt too. Heck yeah. Oh yeah, especially I'm also happy too because last night I was trying out the new package that I received. This one. Outer Nox Prime. I got this one. And Annie, hi Annie. Oh my god. The special gun you got? Is that the Gundam? I've heard so much about. Oh, Gundam? New package? Yeah, I shared it in my loot Discord. Speaking of, there's a loot Discord channel. Wow, I cannot believe it. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Outer Nox? Ooh, that sounds good. But I need to be Mastery rank 13. So I've been facing some troubles lately. Let me show you guys what's going on. So my weapon slots, I didn't know that's a thing, have been full for the longest time. And I've been trying to sell out weapons that's like maximum. But I didn't sell Heck, Viper, and Bronco. Hokage, or like these, like some of the melee I didn't sell. I didn't even sell the furry. I'm not too sure what to do. I mean, I could buy weapon slots.
Sometimes Ordis likes to assume he knows nothing. Nobody can learn what they think they already know.
I could though. Alright, so there is a few things that are already done crafting here. So I have this Ankiro. I have the Dragoon. I don't see the channel right now, but I think it's just mobbing it. But oh yeah, it's a special role that you need to read the rules and do something specific for. I don't know if I've given you that. Oh wait, you are there. Yeah, I think it's just mobile being a butt, yeah. If that's the case, then yeah. Weapons that are mastered once stay mastered forever, so it's fine to say some weapons you don't like to replace it with a weapon you want to try out too. Like, it's perfect fine in this. That's really good to know, because there are a few things that I want to get. Oh, I even craft a Nyx chest. I don't know what this is, but I got it. And then I have a Nyx systems. I don't know how I got this, but I got them apparently. I don't know what this is. I also got Kavat incubator. I have like a few more guns here, but my current arsenal is not maxed out yet. So I'm using Burston. I hate this gun. I'm using Kraken. I love this gun. I'm using Dual Scanner. I love this sword. Fuck person, I hate it. It takes too long to reload. Too long. I don't like
Excellent
it.
armaments, operator. Please return covered in blood. Safe and sound.
Covered in blood. The Nyx chassis and systems are materials to craft a Warframe Nyx. I guess I figured out as much, but I don't really see any like Nyx Warframe yet. Maybe it's like in here. Nyx. Oh, there it is. Psychic attacks make Nyx a dangerous foe. She reaches the enemy consciousness to provide crowd control and turn their attacks back on them. Such manipulations can turn the tide of battle. No armor, more energy, slightly more sprint speed. So... yeah, I have chases. I'm still struggling to know how to get Orkin Cell, but I'm pretty sure if I were to do main missions, I'm gonna get them, so don't worry. Soul is control module. I want to make a worm. I want to make this one. I know it doesn't really look like a dragon, but close, I guess. Yeah, I need control module. I'm pretty sure if I were to go far away more and do main missions, I'm sure that I'm gonna get more of them. But for now, I already unlocked the quest to do Jupiter Junction. This one. So I just need to beat the shit out of this guy to get Memphis blueprint. I need control. I need control. Do I need control though? Complete missions. Enter the junction and defeat the Valkyrie Spectre to unlock. How do I enter the junction? Oh yeah, I don't... yeah, I need... Sabotage... Warframe... Space! Oh my god! Exterminate... 2? I don't know what these are. It's been a while, Space. Oh my god. Hope Space is doing good. Oh my goodness. Space. I hate the green year. They've been bullying me so much. Kobo's cities. It has? Heck yeah. I hope Space is doing good. Invasion defense? I don't know what this means. Space doing okay? Heck yeah, good to know. What else do I have? Earth? Oh, one thing I wanna ask. So, this one.
I see you.
Is this like a very significant quest? Because it's Captain Vor. You know, the Vor of Captain. This game has taken over my life. It hasn't taken over my life, but I feel close. I feel close already. Like it's close to taking over my life, I feel like. I really like it though. I love the trans-colored everything this game allows me to have. It's like, wow. I don't know how significant this quest is. That's why I haven't been doing it. At the PC now, working from Pete, I can't fall asleep again. Oh no. I will hug Annie if I can. Somebody I've been getting back into Warframe recently. Apparently, I'm glad too. I'm gonna... Can I say that I caused a bit of a returnee as well? Can I say that? Can I? Can I feel good? Can I say? Okay, no, actually no. I'm lying. That's not. It's not because of me. Trans Excalibur is real. I know. It's so good. I played the game And then someone told me in the market that's like one credit price shop items, like I'm gonna buy all of them. And I did. I'm gonna do this one.
You're making this too easy.
I don't know how significant this quest is, to be honest, so here we go. Transcaliber. Get him. Kobo gonna get him. Kobo gonna cut them up real good.
About time you recognized your purpose. I, Vor, shall deliver your lifeless husk to my queens.
All women are
Vor
queen.
is a dangerous threat to the origin system, and to you. He must be stopped.
Oh yeah, I found my favorite pistol. Double magnum. Magnum. I think it's a magnum. Magnum. It's so good. Tenno, your gender will serve me well. Tenno, keep being yourself, Tenno. What a shot. Kobo is going crazy. Honestly, I started playing this game is also because of the melee play in this game is... The melee in this game feels really good, honestly. I like it. I really like it. I think the game shouldn't be too soft, I think. What a shot.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
But I have to level up Burston. Okay, fine. I'll use Burston. I don't like it. What is this? Hiya. And then reload takes 10 years as well. Get head shoot. Someone shooting at me. I also love how they burst into trans color as well. It's so cool. I don't know if that's intended or is it normal for the color to explode like that? I don't know, but it's cool. I like it. Kobo likes it. What am I doing again? Oh yeah, I'm trying to kill Vor. Vor will become Vor will become not real. No more Vor. Vor doesn't exist. How do I get there? Yeah, War is getting cancelled. No more
Stay
eating.
focused.
No
There's a
more.
heavy unit approaching.
No more eating. No more War. War is cancelled. It will cease to exist. It is what it is. Was that Excellence? Oh. Sorry for getting into the PC. I can check a special package you got in. Very lovely to see. If you ever want to talk or get info about a particular gift, send me a boop. It's something I'm personally well versed in. Oh, yeah, nice. Okay. I mean, I've been practicing to get more familiar with that particular package, and was a little bit hard to put it in, but after I got it in, it it's an extremely nice feeling, I would say. I will send Annie a boop.
You are surrounded by Grenier Marines.
What's that? Why are you saying that? I need to get more familiar with that particular package that I have. I actually don't know if the ring was too... I forgot to remove that one, but I don't know if the ring was too small that I cannot fit, or is it just a skill issue, I don't know. Stuck in jail? Uh-oh. I won't say more than that because I'm very well versed in actual ads.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
There's ads actually playing on my channel now? No, wait, let me check. It has been months that ads never plays on my channel. I need to check. That's crazy. I cannot believe it. Ad is still 0. So maybe it's just you didn't get ads? Yeah, because ads haven't been playing on my channel for many months. And I've been getting 0 ad revenue, like absolute 0 ad revenue on that. So I have been assuming that there's no ads playing on my channel for a while. Actual ad, not complaining, just remember you had asked about it before. Damn, okay. Wow, okay. I'm surprised, but I'll see after this stream if they counted or something. If not, then I need to mark this day down. I need to contact Twitch support again. Nicely. Thanks for informing about that too, Annie. Thank you. It was for Twitch Turbo rather than say commercial, but yeah. Oh, I heard that. Oh, I did hear about Twitch ad. Sorry, Twitch Turbo ad doesn't generate revenue. Doesn't generate revenue, I think. But still, it's something. I know this thing. Yeah. Grenier leadership found. Oh yeah, speaking of, I completed the Earth and Mars fragment. It says completed, but I don't know what I get, so hey, at least I completed it. Hopefully you get it sorted out sometime. Twitch Turbo ad doesn't count. Yeah, that's fair. Welcome back, Jockey. Does mean I also need to tweak my bad blockers? Because I swear every time I say a proper word, Mr. Twitch has a fit. Twitch is weird. I'm on Twitch, but I hate it. Like, the Twitch support dumb. You know? But I'm over it. If there's no ads playing on my channel, even better. I hate ads anyway, and I agree with no ads playing. Fuck yeah.
Foolish Tenno, do you realize your notice has sent you to die?
I don't know about that. I think it kind of hurts me.
Come, little Tenno. Show me what you remember of the old war.
What's with the old war? Orders and Twitch is the best streaming platform for now. Closest competitor is YouTube, even though it's quite far. Yeah, true. So yeah, I complain about it, but I will still use Twitch. Despite its ads as well, but I won't complain about it to a streamer. It's not your fault in almost all cases, and if it's bad, it's called either lurking with audio or for subscribing. That's honestly true. I will always look at ads for my favorite streamers because, you know, I'm gonna support streamer friends. They're amazing. I love them. I haven't seen this in a while. Ugh. Oh, did they just lose all of my shield? It's okay, Kobo stonk. Ow.
We end this now!
Okay. Kobo is not afraid, it's stupid dum-dum. Exactly. Sometimes Twitch does weird things, so instead giving details about the ads rather than complain can be nice. Enough for me, I'm gonna settle in cozy now. Get cozy, thank you, Annie.
System. You have done well, Tenno. Head to extraction. Marines inbound.
I got him. Kobo killed him. You cooked him, I know, right? And Kobo absolutely cooked the ass out of Vor. Fried even. Pan-fried, stir-fried. No seasoning, raw. Oh, thank you, companion. Oh, Kobo's on fire. Next thing you tell me Kobo fried this rice? I could be. Is fighting gun for good? Starfight Vor? What's going on? Uh-oh. Is someone was training his shield? Oh, that's what it was. I was like, why did the companion kill the exhibit so quickly? It's like, no way. loot here? Just 4 things. Uh-oh. Can I have loot? No loot? Die. 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 Haha, Kobo so sneaky, I killed them. Oh my god. I might actually got too strong for Vor because I've been playing all the other missions other than killing Vor. Yeah, I heard a lot of things about Powered 1.0. I need to see if the game is like still exploding my PC whenever I play it. I love the game, but good god, does it destroy my PC every time. I must use Burston and Burston only. Except for that guy. It's the opposite for me. I don't know how my poor laptop can run Ultra Link so smoothly. What the heck? I'm so jealous. I mean, my 1070 can still like play every other game, so it's fine. Get head shoot. Die. Kobo have gun will shoot. Loot. Nice.
They won't be bothering us anymore.
Savior of Mercury. Kill the boss in the Mercury region. Nice. I got a Vor sigil. Ayo. Vor. Sphere receiver. Weapon crafting component. Oh. Oh, I just got a component.
Ordis has received messages for the operator. No, I have not read them.
Does the Unum ever leave that tower? Can she leave that tower?
Your trial of Captain Vor was impressive, but your journey has only just begun. Accept this gift for 25,000. Nice.
Come on, sweet things. Give it up. Who have we got on the line? Oh yeah, I don't have a line.
Nora is so cool. Featured dojo? At the bottom left of the star chart, players can visit their own or featured dojo. Featured dojo are the winners of the quarterly featured dojo contest. Oh, I have plenty of time to do that. Not now
Coming
though.
up next.
I love Nora. She's so
I
cool.
don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Oh, what? Hi, Zeus. Burston is still 25. Oh my god. Primary weapon is so hard to level up. Alright, we finished Mercury. So let's leave here. I don't have Archwing, so I cannot do this for now. This one also needs Archwing. Strata Relay. I don't know what this is.
When in Cetus, do not drink the kombucha. You are incapable of producing the hydraulic effort required to unstick your tongue from the roof of your mouth the following morning.
What? Ours is mobile defense. Lift fissure. Oh, it's defense. Ooh. Kobo gold. Thanks, orders. Oh my god, how was powered? I think I saw you were playing. Your only move is hustle as well. Welcome, Kobo Gold. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Oh my goodness. How was stream? Also, welcome in everyone. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragon 2-bit. I love Dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. XP? 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 I don't know what XP is, but welcome. If you need any pop string here, definitely go do them. Okay, let's see. If it's like a lift fissure defense, I'm gonna poke someone. I'll poke 2 people plus Jokey, so that you guys can help me destroy everything. Where's Solar? Is Solar online? Kobo Warframe and has a void fissure defense. Does Dragon wanna help Kobo destroy everything? And then Narix as well. I wonder if Narix is online. He might be sleeping at this time. Look up XP casualty unknown.
Oh, that's a casualty unknown thing. You could poke me if you want. I'll poke space, yeah. Because I think Narix is sleeping at this time. I would poke space. we should add each other in Warframe. How do I add space? I don't know. You need the relics. I do have some relics. I do. I have been opening up a lot of relics. These are my relics. But I can only do the lift ones because I don't think I can do Meso. So I have 3、6、9、12、14、16、18. I have 18. I have. I've been slowly learning the game. Right. I've been discovering the game on my own. I didn't want too much information, so I didn't stream as much Warframe. But now it's like I'm kind of in a little bit of farming situation, so I'm okay with like streaming this a little bit. I was honestly scared of streaming Warframe, honestly. Because I'm too baby, and a lot of people are too passionate, right? So I feel stressed out most of the time, honestly, when I was playing Warframe back then. Streaming Warframe, I mean. I wanna add space, but we are friends on Steam though. How do I add space on Warframe? That must be. Oh, it shows. Yeah. Yay. That's the best. We friend now. Taking the pleasure of watching a baby Tenno should be a crime. Well, I mean, I guess people are very passionate about Warframe. I don't blame them at all. It's just, yeah, when there's too many information going on my chat, or like just people, like too many information, it stresses me out a lot. Solar's not replying. I guess Solar is kind of busy now. Let's see. We have 3 people. Friends only. I hope that works. And what else? What else do I do? Can you guys like? Is it possible for you guys to join my ship or something, or is it like only mission wise? I never played multiplayer before. Join squad? Oh! Oh! Oh, it's a squad thing. Oh, okay, okay. And Space should be able to join squad now, I think. What? Other players cannot enter your ship to my knowledge. Oh, okay, okay. So only squad joining. Let me try poking Narix. I haven't poked Narix yet. Oh, maybe I should poke it in Telegram. I think Narix is more active on Telegram. Uh, Void Fisher Mansion. If you click invite to orbiter near my name, just a thing. Oh wait. If Narix doesn't respond, then I guess 3 people is fine.
Oak for Oak, please advise. Detecting void mask echoes. Tenno ships converging on your signal. Oak for Oak. We are still seeing void echoes. Announce Tenno contact immediately.
What is that sound?
Oak for Oak, come in. Oak for Oak, respond.
Is that Greenie speaking? Because we can choose one of 4 rewards from relics. Oh, we can choose? Wonder who else. I think it might be a little bit too early on in the stream. Then not a lot of people is in the stream currently. Or maybe I have been a little bit meany and I have been declining people to join my session. Looking. I don't know actually. I think we can have 3 people for now. Can I invite set Invite. Oh, okay. There's the said demon boy. So no one else is online, right? I guess they're busy. It's very understandable, actually. I think Zen is doing something else. Let me check. This is very, like, very sudden impromptu thingy, so it's very understandable. But having 3 people, I think, yeah, Zen is also doing his own stream. Okay, then don't mind the name. I was a teenager. It's okay. Whoa, teenager? Wow. So a long time account. Oh my god. I wouldn't mind the name. It's okay. One last checking. Hopefully 3 people. Hopefully you guys don't
As ready
mind
as you will ever be.
3 people. May not be the best, but I hope you guys are okay with that. I'm gonna initiate the mission now. Alerts? We'll be fine. Okay. We have 53 minutes for this one. Would offer have a 4-person, but unsure if it's fine for an ass. Oh yeah, of course. I'm looking for people. Would Starfloofer wanna join us as the 4th person for the defense mission? I will add Star. Wanna go crazy nuke mode? Maybe not crazy nuke mode. Maybe like power down a little bit, question mark? Is that possible? Current setup might be a bit too powerful. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, not to my current level because that's like impossible, I'm pretty sure. But like higher than what I have currently feels fine. Just not like just don't be don't be Ultra Instinct Goku trying to destroy the entire universe kind of thing. I feel like that makes the game a little bit boring.
Nora is all about incentive. Let's get back to it.
Oh yeah. How do I add my name is only Tira on Warframe. Oh wow, that was fast. Yeah. And then I will yeah. Yay, 4 people. You know who joins should sell the build to the point where you can still play the game? I think that's a really good one, yeah. I mean, strong, okay. Don't nuke the entire map every second, I guess. I still want to shoot something. The weapon I want to ground and level is somewhat too powerful. Oh. What if you bring that gun but use the other one instead? Does it make sense? I don't know actually. You know what? I'm not gonna give like suggestions because I don't know anything about the game. True? Oh, what? Combo Big Brain? Can we type in game chat question mark? How do I can I talk in squad? Oh, squat. Oh. How do I... I think that's squat, right? This is squat check? Oh, okay. So once we're all ready, then I guess we could all type ready in squat and then I'll initiate the mission. Yeah. Kobo. Kobo. I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna look at that. I think I bring this. I mean, three of my weapons is like... Yeah, I love Kraken. I love Kraken. Okay, space ready. Kobo ready. BDSM frame? What? I assume R is ready. I'm also ready. Okay. Starting mission. Defense? That's how we do it, right? Are you guys choosing relics now? I hope so. Alright. Equip for mission. Yeah. Voting on mission? Oh, you guys need to vote on the mission as well. I never had like I never played with anyone before. Let's hope this is not too scary. We're going, oh my god. Oh, everyone has different ships? Wait, you can move ships? Oh, what? Oh wait, the ship has eyes, that's kinda cute. The ship has eyes, oh my god. Yes. Where's everyone? Oh, there they are. What the heck? Oh my god, shiny.
The enemy is at our doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive. Void Fishers. You need them to
Void
open up
Fishers.
relics, but are you confident you can withstand their fury?
Let's go. Do I hear kitty? I'm gonna look for loot for a little bit and then we're gonna go. You know, I'm actually had to do a double take.
We are readying reinforcements. Keep fighting,
Wait, that's
Tenno.
861. Oh, that's shield. Wait, why does space only has 370 health? What's going on? Oh, is it like different Warframes, different health? I think. Yeah, oh, I have too much. It's okay, it's okay. I'm going in. I'm sliding.
You found a Fisher. Look out for reactants.
Oh my god, I can't shoot.
They're dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic.
I hope there's no friendly fire in this game. I never realized. reactants. Nice.
You have collected enough reactant to open the relic.
An enemy? Is it wall clinging? And it cut. Unmodded? Wait, my Kraken's leveling up by not using it. When you making sure save the light, it's supposed to be trapped. Charge weapon extra unmodded. Arcanes are not
Reinforcements
mods.
available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
How do you emote? No, that's... Oh, emote. Oh. Daiku lower limb. I don't know which one is good, but I'm taking my own Daiku lower limb. Core Prime Chases looks good though. Changing last seconds? So rude. Radiant? Exceptional.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Oh. Knife, you get knife. Ancient Protector Spectre Blueprint?
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened.
What? Oh my god, I can't kill anything. Pistol mastery? Nice. This thing's pretty tough. There we go. I got Harrow Chase's Blueprint? I keep getting Harrow Chase's Blueprint. Bleeding out. What? What's going on? Oh, I guess that just did. I feel like straight line is easier to shoot. I think there's more enemies when there's more players. Is it just me? I guess this is nice. I can practice my burst stun without dying too much. Oh. That looked spicy.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
I'm pretty sure we can go a lot more here. Oh no. AK Bronco Prime? I want it! AK Bronco Prime! A Bronco is shotgun, right? Bronco is shotgun. I like Bronco. Equipped for mission. Wait, no. I have AK Bronco, so... yeah.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Hi, Akko. It's nice to do this once in a while. Wait, who's enemy? Who's not enemy? What's going on? Wait, are you enemy? Are you not enemy? Is there puppetry going on? There might be puppetry going on. Melee weapons increase damage.
You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Kobo likes melee weapon. Kobo kill. Why do I hear weird music going on? Oh, Kavat is friend, okay. Ooh, yeah, there's definitely 10,000 more enemies when there's like more players, which is honestly really nice. Makes leveling weapons a little bit easier, I would say, since there's more enemies, meaning more experience points. No? Yeah, see, my burst is 27 now. I will drink water. Thank you, Akko. Oh my god, oh my god. Hi, Pocket. I saw Pocket is also playing Warframe lately before I EP. Hope Pocket's doing good. A lot of enemies there. Is everything fine with it? I keep hearing like weird music, question mark? Yeah, heck yeah. I kinda got bullied in Void Fisher defense before, so I kinda want to do this a little bit. I can play guitar in peace. If everyone Warframe together, then it would be fine. Right now, there's a building for this Kobo. Yeah, I understand. But yeah, if you don't mind, we could be friends in Warframe so that I could poke Bucket about it. Only if you don't mind, of course. There's a lot of chains. I'm not using Kraken though. Why is my Kraken leveling up? That's nice. I've been trying to up my Burston.
Reinforcements available.
My name's the same on Warframe. Oh, okay, okay.
Or continue fighting.
Ooh, golden. Voruna Prime Systems? I will add Bucket later. Thank you, Bucket. And I do hope you have a good rest later. Gyra Prime? Gyra Prime? Yeah, sure. If I can get that one, of course. We reach!
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
That was my last rally for that part. Ooh! Congrats, Star! Or, that's good, right? You got the last part for it? Question mark? Unless I misunderstood. I got 1 power 4. Oh, well, that's still great, I think. 1 part is better than no parts. Oh, they can jump like that, no wonder. Extreme what?
find out what's inside.
Burst on 28. Nice, nice. Just 2 more and then I can abandon this Burston. I don't like it. I want a gun where it goes pa 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 non-stop. Feels good. What is that? Were they just like ragdolling? Like actually the load properly? What? They're dying while inside. What's going on? That's crazy. Kraken 13? Don't know what happened, but everything just died. Oh, not anymore. I guess it only happens for a bit. Blade proficiency. Never 30 any longsword or dual short blades. Oh, my dual scanner is maxed out. Nice. We're getting Oxium. Oh, Oxium is good? Heck yeah, I'm glad. Ooh, what was that? Burst on 29. Nice! Maybe I can get everything to level 30. That'll be... No, you know what? That's too greedy. Field drum sample. Enhanced fatality? Oh, companion, nice.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
Bullet jump. Ooh, weapon! I want it. Dual Zoren? That looks really cool. I think we can do more, right? I mean, we were kind of nuking them. I got Altinox, Serenos, Valkyrie Prime? Yeah. The more relics we open, the more loot booster we get. Oh, so meaning more...
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Meaning the longer we go, the more we're gonna level up, question mark? More loot? Oh, okay. Either way, it's good. But enemies also getting kind of spicy now, no? Usually I leave out they get one golden and endless, it's just safer. Oh, it's not like when we get it, it's like we got it. We have to extract to get the things. If you lose connection, you lose everything. Oh no.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
That's kinda fucked up. Hi Maxi Bridge. If you fail the mission, you also don't get stuff either, or you used to not. If you lose connection, you don't lose anything. I guess they changed that. Shotgun savvy. Have gun will shoot. Any 5 rifle or machine gun weapons? Yeah, fuck Burston, let's go. Oh, my last gun is also full already though. That's a little bit awkward. My Kraken's not doing any damage at all. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Most connections are sort of lobby with the service as a whole, not just a lobby. If it goes to the title screen, you lose your drops unless they recently made it save progress like in other game modes. Oh. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope no one loses connection. It's even scarier now because I'm in Malaysia. I don't know how good it is for the game's netcode, to be honest. It's like half a continent away, I feel like. Well, half an Earth away. Oh, Kraken is kind of hard to use. I miss my heck gun. Oh my god, I'm not doing any damage. I hope there's no friendly fire. I think I kind of shot someone just now. What's going on? Hi, Ash. Why am I looking at? What is this? Thanks for the lyrics, Sonic. Oh my god, there's so many things here. whips, stance. Oh, I got a stance mod.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
Should we do 2 more or 1 more? I feel like we skip. I feel like we can still do it. Haiku frame weapon crafting. I'll get my own. I don't know what this is. Yeah, I think we can do. Bronco Alternox Compressor Prime Barrel? Only the barrel? Sure.
Keep fighting.
Radiation
Another
access?
opportunity to extract will appear soon.
There's no friendly fire? Oh, nice. That's good to know. Friendly fire can happen, you can be banned for doing it intentionally. Ooh. It's radiation proc only now? Oh. Oh my god, wait, there's friendly fire. I'm sorry, I might have shot a lot of people. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. Vaporize? My gun is doing damage. Really? Secondary weapon increase and oh nice, I needed that.
Your relic is opened.
You need to be irradiated to do friendly fire? Oh, okay, so I'm not irradiated, so I should be fine. Thank goodness. Oh. Wolverine Raccoon? Oh my god, thank you! I'm sorry, I'm a little bit busy, but thanks for the raid. Thank you. Top stream was good. Sometimes you can easily get rid of it if you go around killing allies for fun. You can be banned for griefing. Yeah, griefing should be banned, honestly. I hate griefing shit. Happens so much in Counter-Strike and I already like so done with griefing. If I just notice any griefing going on, I'll just like straight ban, no words. Unless they explain themselves and say sorry right after that happens, it's like yeah, sure. If it's like not intentional is what I'm trying to say, yeah. If you need any post-stream care, Wolverine, definitely go do them, right? Thanks again for the raid. Also, welcoming everyone from the raid from Wolverine. I'm Tira, I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Thank you again. I used to actually kill allies all the time because radiation bubbles were a common hazard. Oh no. I don't think I got radiated before, have I? I do have diamond skin, which has radiation resistance. I don't know how much that helps. Oh, Kraken 20. Nice. ton air. It's hard to get radiated now. You have to basically do it intentionally. Oh, okay, that's honestly nice. I would be afraid that I accidentally killed someone. And the bad bonus raid take care of the brutes for me. Of course, thanks again for the raid. Have a good rest.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Let's do one more. Unless you guys are willing to go like 2 more, I think. Oh, there's only 3. Daikyu. But I got Truma. I don't know what Truma is, but I want Truma. Someone left? I wish I could go to sleep right now. I sleep back to work today. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Ash. Gosh, that's gonna be such a feeling. I selected the Erratic. I would hug Ash so much. Double check? Okay. Someone got disconnected? One more sounds good? Yeah. Jokey disconnected, I think. Yeah, Jokey left the squad, it says. Oh. It's okay, we got this, friends. Watch this. I'm gonna cut my way. I'm gonna cut my way to our victory. English is hard. Yeah. Oh, I'm not doing any damage. Ooh. Oh my god, great. No. I cannot look at rocks now. I think it. Halfway to victory. I will allow that if I can.
That's it. We've opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Whoa. Are we good? Oh my god, that's like 10,000 enemy. Exxon is down, what happened? Kobo going in! I am Excalibur. I'm a warrior, pure of heart. I kill with my sword. I cut down everything that stands in my path. I'll kill. have knife will kill. Was there only one way? I have a bit of a problem here. Okay, there we go. I can allow that. If I can screw up. Sorry, I'm just towards my boss. No! Kobo is no boss of no one. I'm sorry because... Kobo is sorry because no sleep is very boiling. Kobo kill! Internet died. Uh-oh. Speaking of this, can you please stay in mission? Oh yeah, I mean I'm cutting my way to victory here. No, come in here without permission. Please don't come in here without permission. You need to be a gamer pass to do this. I cannot do Exalted Blade. What's going on? Uh-oh. Oh wait, this friend. There's puppetry going on. Thank you for either seem to be gone, but not actually gone. Oh, that's really tough kill. What? It feels like I'm using toothpick to kill them at this point. I'm using knife on my Kraken is going up. Nice, good. I think we can handle one more?
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
I think one more might be possible. Ooh, compressor. I want the weapon. I want the compressor. Oh wait, that's silver. Oh wait, that's silver. Oh, oh wait, that's silver. But I want compressor again. Okay, let's do this again. Okay.
Keep fighting. Another
I'll
opportunity
come
to
back.
extract will appear soon.
Late reply. I always don't know. I forgot it's press T to talk. Kobo notice shiny? Yeah. It's silver. I have to get it. Whoa. Did they got pulled? They got pulled into that chain thingy. Power truck.
You have collected enough reactants to open your vault.
My guns are not doing any damage at all. That's crazy. Spare parts. Complainer marks the target every 50 seconds. Kraken 25. Oh my god, it's actually possible to get to level 30. But this is the last one though. I feel like more it's gonna be a little bit spicy, I guess. I think there were multiple times that I almost died. Oh, I shouldn't be here. Combo kill. That knife will use. I never realized, but I feel like you guys are playing this round with a lot of lag, you know? Since I'm from Malaysia and everything. I wonder how they handle lag in this game. Rare mod here? Dippy a golden mod? I don't know if I did. Maybe I did, question mark? Surprisingly no lag. Whoa, okay. No lag for me either. Wow. That's the first, holy shit. Being the location. I might have gotten it. I'm kind of just running around and cutting everything down, so... Ooh, that was cool. Kraken 27. Oh my god, heck yeah. Hmm? Target list overwritten. Oh, what do we do? Ally? Oh, we have a new friend now? Whoa, that friend is strong. Holy shit. You can check by pressing P.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Yeah, I think we good. Let's stop here. And then I can look at what other quests I'm gonna do. Thanks for helping. I'm gonna go do the normal quest now. Can I ping you guys again if I have another like endless missions like this? Thank you. Please do, of course. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Very impressive, Tenno. You held them all back. Time to get out of here.
Oh my god, everything is max rank. That is so crazy. Holy shit. Thank you. I will go back to solo mode for now. Oh my god, gang. Holy shit, that looks really cool actually. gang. I have so much. Holy!
It's early where Nora is, and as she wipes the
There's so
sweat
much
from her
stuff.
eyes,
So much stuff. Ooh.
does the owner
Yeah. So the things I got were blueprints, right? Relatively sure I will not be able to craft any of them, but yeah. Bronco Prime. Ancient Protector Spectre? Coronas? Dual Zoran? Prime Handle, Dual Zoran Prime Blade. Ah. I have the Nyx Chases, Cora Prime Chases, Tellurium, Archwing missions on Uranus. Nice. Trumna Prime, Barrel Receiver Stock, Orkinsa.
Oh, sorry. Artists will play with the volume off.
Oh no, it's okay. Vapor Spectre? No Spectre, no. 10! How was Baroni? Dungeon Dwarf with my boy wife but he died and so I went to space and shoot aggressive triangles. I think I saw you were playing Baroni just now. Did you play other as well? X4 Foundations? Oh! Oh, space, wow. Well, hope X4 Foundations was fun. Thanks for the raid, Zen. Also, welcome in, everyone. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons too. Bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Play Barony with my boy wife and then went EB. So I X4. Oh, okay, okay. It's doing that term. Boy wife. Hi, Evie. Evie, Evie. Oh my god, Evie. Evie, Evie. Apply? Override your existing loadout for the Spectre with your current loadout. Yes. Yeah. How's your wowing? Pretty good. I did voice feature with Jokey, Space, Creature, and Starfloofer just now, and we got a bunch of stuff. And now I'm going back to solo missions and trying to do some main missions. Summon a U with no mods. Oh. Kobo very flat today. I know that reference. Oh my god. But no, Kobo is not wearing it for now. Boop. Boop. Where? Boop. Where? Boop. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, very soon. I just need to get more familiar with the thing, so yeah. I'm going solo now. Thank you, Joki. Can I do I mean that I'm pretty sure that's gonna kick Joki, right? Read game chat before you leave. Go buy Nethane extract in Nora shop? Why? Are you Nora?
Who have we got on the line? Oh yeah, I don't have a line.
Warframe conventions tomorrow? Heck yeah. Bronco? Shovel less than 8 meters, 30 million open level finishes. Oh wow. Directed conversions. Supra? Gonna get a big presentation on what's next for the game. Oh, okay. Dark Dagger? Ooh. Ooh, wait, Dark Dagger looks so cool. Oh my god. Dark Sword. A blade forged using dark metals, capable of delivering innate radiation damage with attacks. That's a bad idea, right? Radiation bad. Kurwa? Oh wait, no. No, Kurva. Nethane? Nethane extract? Covered in live Warframe, which covers under 300 hours of Warframe? Pretty sure. Pretty much. Hi, Rollins. We were farming things just now, so that was fun. Napalm grenade. Leaves a burning patch on impact. Oh, there's nades? Is it Nethane extract?
Let's check what's next.
Okay, it is Nethane extract. Radioactive sword very good for sperm count and D&D health. Lick the Kobo. Oh my god. Probably not spend too much. So I assume that's 4 times 5. Nethane extract. Ooh. Ooh. That looks pretty cool. Ooh. What the heck am I looking at? Is this Valhazak? Sporofrix? I assume that's another Warframe? Transmission? Additional color options for Warframe customization. Nah, I want my trans color. That one is okay. Precision Strike? Toncore? Orokin Reactor? Orokin Catalysts? Modification technology uses supercharged weaponry. Doubles the available mod capacity of the weapon. Oh, wait, that's really... Whoa, what is this? Is that the helmet? A uniquely styled alternate helmet for Oberon. Oh, is it only for Oberon? No go statue. Kurwa. Kome Orihime helmet. Oh, Kome, isn't that the thing? Paul Arn. Guantao. Yo, that looks cool as fuck actually. Oh my god, look at that. Damn, I kind of want it. It's 35? Oh, that's everything. Burston Solstice? I fucking hate Burston. I want to use that main gun. Ni hao all play it? Orokin Glassmaker, 9% into a tiny ball handled with care. Oh, it's just like a... That must be like a thing. Get the steel charge aura? Steel charge? Okay. I wanna see what I want to get though. Guess what? What? You could buy all the weapon B blueprints and Valban parts. Oh my god. No, I'm not wearing it. Not today anyway. Oh, that's the... Oh, Valban. And then there's like Valban... Oh, I can make them. Valban neuroptic chases and systems. Oh, thank you, Evie. Steel charge shrapnel rounds. Oh. What? Steel charge? Oh. Squad receive plus 30 plus 60% melee damage. Aura? How much? 20? Sure, I'll buy it. Alright, I'm not taking suggestions for now. I want to look cool. But gosh, there's so many things. There's so like I don't have Oberon, but this is so cool. Oh man. Oh, it's a cyanoid skin for the Guantao. Oh, so I need the Guantao. Steals the key. If you don't know where you're leading now, just focus on it with the master ring and open all nodes on the planets. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I've been sort of taking it, sort of doing it my own pace. It feels nice. DCing rounds. I'm surprised there's like a Bronco specific mod. Garuda battery. I don't have Garuda, so I don't really care about that. On equip, squad gains 60% weapon damage for 3 seconds? Only? It's probably not self-luxury detail. Yeah, of course. Limbo Aristias? No. Kurwa. Extreme rare red fluid covered by the Greenier Queen? Kuva mission? Use in cycle ribbons and build rare blueprints. Ooh, okay. Piranha Cyanoid. Oh, Piranha. Okay, I don't have that. Orokin Catalyst. Supercharged weaponry. Doubles the capacity sounds really good, but that's also like I don't know what weapon am I gonna use for the longest time, and I feel like getting it now. I don't know how I feel about getting it now because I'm still like swapping weapons all around. I'm not really like focusing, I'm not really like using only just one weapon because I'm trying to like level up all the weapons to like mastery rank 30. No, I'm not buying this. I kind of want to buy this though. I see the purple back there, it's kind of cool. I like the purple. Yeah.
Coming up next.
But I'm not gonna change the trans color, no. Transmission. Accents is the nipples, right? Can't really see them.
A look that makes a statement. And that statement is...
I fear no one.
I fear no one. Ooh. 哇，12块、15块、17块。Need real money for this? Ew. Arthur Gem. What the heck? Normal animation set? Agile animation set? Oh. What is that stance? I love how she's crouching. Oh, I have to equip it. There, okay. Attachments? Auxiliary? Oh, what? That's how you get it. I didn't even know how to equip this. I already forgot these things exist. Alright, it's mine now. Ephemera? Maru Obi? pretty. Signa? Dex Signa. Oh, that's what it is. Their attachments. Oh, I didn't even. Oh my god. Okay. Copy main color. Wait. This one. There we go. Very important. Okay. Oh, there's no white on that one though. There's only 2 color. Siandana. Broca prominent Siandana. Oh wow, I am dripped out. Oh my god. Sure. Copy main color? Oh come on, that's not a strength. I mean the purple is like important, but still there's no white. Can I change the accent to white then? Yeah, there we go. It's perfect. Transcaliber is not real, it will not hurt you. Fan-made skins, money goes partially to people who made those skins for the game. Ah, fair enough. I look cooler now. I'm pretty sure it's gonna block the entire screen, but it's okay. Oh wait, I forgot to change. I'm supposed to change weapon. So Kraken is max. Thurston is max. Why am I holding a gun like that? Why am I doing? I guess I'm doing Boltor. Okay, Boltor it is. Kraken. Furry. Ooh, I got everything maxed out. Oh, oops. Why am I like flippy dipping the guns around? What am I doing? I don't have any more. What? AK Lato? Equivalent twice the magazine capacity and fire rate. Reload time is double and accuracy lowered. Reload 2 seconds. Oh my god. But I don't need to craft this though. AK Zani? AK LX? So AK is double? Ballistica? Atomos? Hiko? Noise silent? Plastic? I don't even have plastic. Drink? Okay. No way. Micro pistol, low fire rate and magazine capacity, very efficient at long range. So this is Deagle, essentially. 3-round burst, bends between lethality of auto pistol, accuracy of semi-pistol. Stook. Twin Gremlin? Twin Gremlin? Wait, I need this. Wait, cannot. I want Twin Gremlin. I cannot buy the blueprint? Eh? Maybe it says. Defeating Lek Crew and Captain Vor on Ceres. Alright. Okay. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Guess who's dying? Guess who's fucking dying? Captain Vor. You're right. Captain Vor is gonna die. That's maximum everything. Kokage doesn't have... You don't have... I don't have stands for this, I think. Melee. Yeah, no. So... There is heat sword that I can get, but my weapon slot is full. So... I need to throw away one weapon. Oh, no, I can get it. Okay. Very cool. Time to change. Minus. Pressure point. Fury on. It's all minus. Only these things are like plus. Nice. It only changes the blade color, but I guess it's trying. Fair enough. Oh, I changed this one as well. Nice. Good. Okay. Very important. Oh, did I not change this one? Oh my god, how could I? Bolt changed? Okay. Bolt reloads really slowly though. That's a lot of mods. Maybe I can upgrade my fast hands to maximum? Puncture slash... Yeah, it doesn't add as much. Sure. 2 seconds? That helps a lot actually. It's okay to buy weapons and Warframe slots with your platinum. Yeah, but I'll try not to spend it too early. Well, at some point I still need to buy it, but for now, I feel like if I can sell, I'll sell. For now anyway. Plus 4 punch through. 0.4, but it's 0.3 here. Punch through determines how far projectile can pass through enemies and objects. Each pierced target subtracts the value of the remaining punch through potential for the projectile. Oh, piercing! Oh, they don't have piercing but puncture. But this is like piercing? I didn't know what punch through means. Oh, maybe that's really good. Holy shit. Let's give it a try. Do I have any secondary? No. Okay. I need to find a secondary. Joke. Okay. Give me a second. Did we just get AK Lato? I mean, I could just straight buy it and no need to craft it. Capable of firing multiple rockets at once. The Angstrom is a handheld instrument of destruction. No, what is Argon Crystal? I'm gonna get it soon. Actually, I can... No, 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 no. Oh, okay, whatever. It's okay. AK Zani? Argon Crystal. Okay. AK Lex. Oh my god, 2 Lex, 1 Orcan Cell? SMG? Bolts of energy and an increasingly rapid rate. That sounds fun. Oh, ooh, I'm buying it. Kobo making new gun. We are also going to kill Captain Vor multiple times, so here we go.
Saddle up.
Oh my god, this kid fucking me, what? I'll change it to solo. So, Captain Vor is here.
Another dead Tenno.
Another dead Vor. I'm killing him. I want that whatever gun that was I needed. I forgot.
Alert the queens. My prize has returned to me. What's mine shall soon be theirs.
Vor is a dangerous threat to the Origin system. And to you. He must be stopped.
I'm so fast. I look dripped up. 朱雀展翅. What's with the sudden? Oh, you were playing Marvel Rivals, okay. Oh no, I'm being fun. I'm getting squished. Help. It's okay, don't help. I like it. Don't worry about it. Hi, Jade. Oberwa? Okay, I don't know what Oberwa is. Hi, Swift. Can't play Rivals cause legit fuck with CDN servers. What's a CDN server? What's going on? Oh no. Hira, what? I'm gonna kill Vor.
Stay focused.
Wrong planet?
There's a heavy unit approaching. Keep
Vor.
moving. None of the scanners have detected you.
Vor exists in different planets? It said Ceres? What? Semi-Plute Cloudflare? Content delivery network. Uh-oh. It's someone like DDoSing or something? That sounds like a serious issue. Did you just say Tenno scum? Good god, I didn't even know 4 exists in different planets. That's convoluted. Kobo's the best. Never mind. Shoot hoop. I thought they're not looking this way.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Wow. I don't think I can sneak attack them like this. It's a really bad angle. Yeah. Are you dead? Oh, you're dead. Okay. Whoa, why, huh? Oh. I don't know what happened, but okay. Huh? It's okay, don't worry about it. That guy's just sleeping. Well, disintegrating, you know. Just normal Greenier stuff, I guess. Oh wait, I'm back here again. What am I doing? Hmm? It was a ghost. I cannot believe I'm playing Phasmophobia in my Warframe video game. Oh. I actually didn't recognize if they're looking at me or not. Hmm? It happened again.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Is it? It might be something to do with my gun. Bet you're liking the bolt horror much more than the burston, huh? Yeah. Now that I can reload faster, bolt horror is not bad, and I can hold the button to shoot feels even better. Bolt horror. Burston just feels weird. The triple shot. I can't even control the recoil. Oh. It's kinda mid, I know. Oh, shiny! I recognize the sound now. I think it might be both horror things that enemy die in a weird way, question mark? No loot? Seems like the bolt horror affects ragdolls. It does shoot bolts after all. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That was head shoot. That feels nice. This explosion, Kobo had to do it. Now that Boltor reloads in 2 seconds, Boltor is pretty good. And Kobo vibes with Boltor now. Do I have attack speed? I don't think I put on attack speed, right? I put on reach and pressure point. It feels abnormally fast, no? without the attack speed mod? Unless I did put on the attack speed mod and I'm dumb. Which might happen because Kobo is dumb. Kind of. Most of the time anyway.
Foolish Tenno, do you realize
Shut
your motives has sent you to die?
Shut up, please. Shut up, please. Shut up.
You will be my trophy, my glory.
You can't even touch me, Vor. I'm literally too gender for you. And Kobo is too gender for Vor. Oh. No. Polymer bundle. He wants your pronouns so bad? Yeah. Well, I could tell you my pronouns is he's and dead.
You fight for no one, Tenno. I fight for my queens.
Queens, huh? Yo.
has plagued this system for too long.
Wings. Forward. What is this? Is this like something I can take, maybe? It was the thing he dropped, but you picked it up. Oh, I guess I picked up too quickly. When the loot is too fast. Yep, I think it's Boltor's doing. Loot. Infested outbreak? Ara? What's with that? I like fighting against infested because they have no guns. Kobo like loot. I'm afraid this is going to like blend into my Counter-Strike gameplay because Counter-Strike you need counter-strafing and everything, right? I've been playing Counter-Strike with my friends quite a bit, and then this game just like run and gun and then full accuracy. It's not like going and then stop counter-strafe and shoot and then control the recoil. It's so different. Oh, it does take a while to travel, the gun. I feel like melee is way easier to level up than guns. Might be just me though. Maybe because I'm biased towards like using melee weapons. Oh. Got him.
They won't be bothering us anymore.
I get Cronus again. So I guess there is another Captain Vor out there. Never mind. We're doing... I guess we can do the Archwing. Yeah, let's do it.
Tunnel unmasking. Ready flak.
Oh. Wait, this gives me flight? Oh.
This is the master blueprint for the Odonata Arcwing, the first of many Arcwings. To complete it, you must find its component parts. Unfortunately, an ancient Orican archive detailing the locations of the parts was recently stolen by the Corpus. Your first job is to recover this archive. Hurry. The Arcwing needs to be ready before the Baylor Fomorians launch their first attack.
Baylor what again? Autonata? Autonata harness, systems, and wings. Kobo can fly. Holy shit, Kobo can become a dragon. I'm guessing Orokin Cell is like something that's relatively easy to get in the future. It seems like a lot of things requires Orokin Cell, that's why I make the assumption. Oh, in Venus, okay. Kobo doing main missions, oh my god.
The Corpus have snuck into the Void and secured crucial Orican archives detailing the hidden locations of much-needed Arcwing parts. Your mission is twofold. Cut off their access to the Void and recover the data. Get to the portal. We need to shut the Corpus out of the Void before we search for the Orican archive. The enemy are using a Void Key and a portable torsion beam device to force open the portal, destroy the key and the device.
Laser play? Oh. Wow, they're a lot stronger now.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Eh? Some explode? I know that thing. Venus complete. Oh, I completed another one. Shiny. That was scary. Alloy plate here.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Wow! I want to see what's down there.
You found the Orokin Archive. You are one step closer to unleashing the Arkwing.
Oh, I'm trying to find the cache. Oh. Was it not marked on the map, or did I just happen to find it? Or was I blind? Might be I'm blind. Oh, cover. Also, I kind of like it when I put the aim at C. It feels nice. Aim at C, right click to do melee. I like it more.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I literally just killed one. Autor 23? Nice. So a white colored chest is a cache, okay. Ooh. They just fly away. Holy shit, Boltor is this strong? Enemy just flew away. Holy shit. Death Orb. I should probably follow the mission marker. Oh. Looks like a loot room. Sometimes they move, sometimes they don't. Weird. I don't get the sentries, but it's okay. I guess they only activate when I'm at this certain angle, question mark? Maybe. Botor? Okay, actually Botor feels really good now. Oh. I'm sure that's normal. I didn't know that Corpus was into walls that much. Oh, these are floor. I thought that's a hole. Holy shit. Ooh. A pretty room, but no loot. Oh, I thought we were going up. How would you... Ooh. Okay, I'm just gonna go here actually. I'm also hearing some sort of chanting going on constantly. I don't know if that's a music or it's just the ambience of this map. Why are they infested here?
Yells out that Kobo is a good girl.
Oh. Fight Eevee. Ooh, Jade is very bird. But how dragon is Jade though? Oh my god, Eevee is mega dragon. Looks like I'm everything today. Don't know why some of them explode. But they don't hurt, so it's fine. I like explosions. Pet the Kobo. Oh my god, I'm the Kobo! And I'm getting pet! Oh my god! Thank you. Am I just not doing any damage with my sword? Oh shit. Oh, what's going on? Dragon bird Kobo. Wow, this place must be significant. But my mission is there. Okay, let's go.
The portal only allows travel in one direction. Start up the portal generators to reverse the polarity.
Oh, but 100%. Eevee is Kobo Dragon bird. Oh, okay, they come. Oh, there's constantly a lot of enemies here. Maybe I should keep going. Brecky booty. Again? Oh, I'm defending the system. Oh, okay. Oh, no wonder there's so many enemies here. Ah. But they're not coming in though, so... Where's your head? There we go. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
There's the torsion beam device, but they've taken the void key. Find it.
Testicular torsion? Crazy. That's the... Oh. Heck yeah. I will hack in the... Yep. No, this is disorienting, oh my god. Big yawn dragon. Kobo was doing a void fissure defense just now. I had space jockey and star helping instead. Also, hi dragon, hi Narix. Unimpressive? Shut up. Kobo got cape ready? I don't know. I checked my thing and then apparently I have these things to equip. No Kobo is causing torsions? Don't worry about it.
Target spotted. Stay sharp. This one is a handful.
I'm doing something to it. Nice.
Quick, pick up the key.
Oh, pick up the
You
key.
got the key.
Ooh.
Now get back to the portal.
Twist and lick. Oh no. I got my favorite 0.5 second reload gun. You're dead. Sabotage testicular torsion beam device.
Tenno, you do not want to be on this side of the portal when that key melts down.
Okay. I love my 0.5 second reload gun, but I have to use full flare.
Objective complete. The void key and torsion beam device are out of commission. The enemy will not be returning anytime soon. Good work. You collapsed the portal.
Nice.
Extraction is now ready.
Hope Narix had a good EP though. I realized when I messaged Narix and then I was like, oh wait, no, Narix usually sleeps at this time. It's like, oh no. No more torsions? Yeah. They won't get any more torsions. I basically saved them. I am the gender frame. Oh. If it works, it works. How'd you see me? They're using wall hacks. Truly a thankless job, exactly. Just things like, not really. Schedule a bit, TennoCon is starting tomorrow, so I want to be able to have a bunch of stuff. Remember for peeps if they want to get the TennoCon drops. I kind of want to just lurk there if it's possible. The TennoCon starts at 2 AM our time, right? Laser band. Oh, I only found one cache. So it is not marked. Oh. Energy drink? Let's extract. Oh, 7 AM?
Mission
Oh
complete.
no.
Excellent work, Tenno.
Yeah. Japanese lime flavor drink? Ooh. Fancy.
The Lotus has passed along possible coordinates for you to search for the remaining Arkwing parts. Check your navigation console for more information.
Extract wings blueprint. Oh, it's here. All my guns are... Wait, Viper is maxed out, but I don't think I have another secondary weapon for now, so I'm using my favorite. But I should have been using Bronco, actually. Yeah. Mwah. I got my tiny shotgun. .7 reload, 2 shots. Morning, Maya. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god. Crit damage? Pistol Gambit?
Good Kobo pat pat.
What? Reduce the chance that enemy will hear gunfire by 35%? Plus 15% impact? Ooh, but it's slower still. Yeah. Head pet? If you need further help, I'm available to join in now. Yeah, but I'm not doing. I'm not doing the endless missions for now. I did once, and I opened up like eight relics. Yeah, that was amazing. Kobo might need to get more relics now. Rescue? Nah, nah. I didn't know the ship has eyes too. Oh.
The Orkin Archive has led us to this location. Defend the extractors until you find an Arkwing part blueprint.
Oh, this is excavation. Barrel? Oh, that's a bad barrel? I mean, I would love to do like a basic defense or some, yeah, a defense mission to get more relics, but I don't know what kind of relics I want. I kind of want a relic where I can get like maybe a Chronos Prime or Chroma Prime blueprint, but I don't even know if that's possible with my level currently. Oh, wait, I'm reloading.
Ready to go. Use fuel cells to keep it powered while protecting it from enemy fire.
Give me that, thank you very much. Boltor seems really good against Moa, no? I need that, thank you.
The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site. cell and bring it to the unpowered excavator. This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its
I can't jump.
shields.
I wonder if this is helping them withstand the cold.
That's it. You found an Arcwing part blueprint. Head to extraction when you are ready.
Already?
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protect it from enemy fire. An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site.
Maybe I can excavate a few more. oh god, I didn't know this one here. Oh,
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact.
oh god, give me that, give me that.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
Ay, they're like all so far away.
Excavator stalled. Find another fuel cell and take it to the excavator.
I regret I cannot protect two. Hey, birdseed. Welcome.
Look for power carrier foes. Strike them down and bring their cells back to the excavators. Excavator destroyed. That artifact is now lost to us.
Hiya, how do I even defend two? I didn't mean to activate another one. What? I'm liking the weapon so far. Thank you. I'm kinda liking the bolt war as well. Surprisingly, heat sword is not doing as much damage, question mark? The grind so far has been pretty good. I'm now like doing the main missions for the what do you call it again? Archwing? Yeah, Archwing. Archwing. Something like that. Whoa, you are... Oh, everything is really hard to kill. I don't know if I can excavate more. Where's the other excavation area? No more? No more? No more? I mean, I got the Arcwing thingy. I guess I can just extract. Yeah, let's extract. I'm not seeing any like yellow marker for whatever reason. Drop it. No, drop it. Okay. Why was it so hard to kill? What's going on? What? I'm gonna extract. Wait. Oh my god. this is a much less open area. I kinda like it. I'm guessing because it's excavation, that's why there's so many enemies going on. Oh my god, Swapping to your primary drops in ultimately if it helps. The longer you're on a mission that's endless, the harder the enemy is. Yeah, but these enemies are like, I could kill them, but like, sometimes they are just unkillable. Well, not unkillable, but it takes many hits to kill. Like even Eximus kills very easily sometimes, but there were a few that just doesn't die. Maybe heat generator is helping them withstand the heat here. I should probably destroy them. Oh, there's one more. Whoa, mega loot? Oh my god. I assume this is scannable? No, okay. Infrared market, yes. Read the legacy. Oh, it's for myself? Oh. I mean, I've been... I... It's fine. Oh, the Kobo can take a little heat. Well, a little cold. Kobo is fluff. What? Yeah. We got the thing for the wing.
Oh my! The operator has returned with an Arcwing part blueprint. You must forge it immediately. It won't be long now until you are flying through the skies like a winged death machine.
Wing death machine. Almost 10 years. TS is 2018. TS? Oh, I want a AK Bronco Prime. Oh, I couldn't make it. I want the AK Bronco Prime. I can have 2 shotgun in both of my hand. Oh my god. Oh, this one, right? Rubeto. Oh, 1 minute. Okay, so it is that thing. Motor at 26, Bronco at max. Yeah, I don't have another. I don't have another. I mean, Bronco, I don't need that. I'm trying to make AK Bronco, but I need Orokin cell. I still haven't got Orokin cell. You know what? I miss my dog. I miss my dog. I want my dog. Dog. Yeah. Metal fiber. Oh, that's mega shield. Can I have mega armor for this as well? Oh, oh, huh? Oh my god. Maybe not that much. I think this is good enough. 120 endo. Yeah. Oh, only 10k, haha. Oh yeah, haha, only 10k. Balanced posture. And 10k? Route wants 40k from you? Oh, that's not reassuring. Extract harness. Oh, it's Earth. Okay. You're an OG, close enough. The ad just jump scare. Oh, ad! Oh my god, there's ad playing? In my channel? No way. I'm sorry about the ad though. I did put it to the lowest amount possible. But if there's actually ad playing, I could go find Twitch support now. It's already done.
The Orkin are
Whoa! I can go find Twitch support now. I have an actual case. Whoa! Whoa! I'll do it after.
archive has
Thanks for
led us to this
confirming.
location. Defend the extractors until you find an Arcwing part blueprint.
Oh, more excavating? Okay, dog, we got this dog. It's fine, dog. Let's go, dog. We're gonna do it together, dog. No more 7 TV. Oh, wait, what? No more? Dum dum. That was cold. Bye. Kobo likes explosion. Give me that. Yeah, good job, dog. Good job. Not the emote. just dragon screaming. It is a very good emote. Get shotgunned easy. I should be using my knife though, because I need to level up my knife.
Excavator is ready to go. Use fuel cells to keep it powered while protecting it from enemy fire. Has picked up a target. Go to the dig site. The excavator has lost power. Find another cell and bring it to the unpowered excavator. This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
I don't know how they can keep flying from far away. The excavator is gonna get destroyed. Oh, sorry, dog. Ooh, that's a lot of... Right. I can use one to recover the shield.
That's it. You found an Arcwing part blueprint. Head to extraction when you are ready.
I want more loot. How is it to heal the shields? Hey. Oh, I'm gone now. What you gonna do about it, huh? Stupid. Haha. How did I... Oh yeah, there's drop kicks, right? Yeah. I remember being told there's drop kicks. Ooh, bird seed, literally jade food. Uh-oh.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact.
Nice.
An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site.
Give me that.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
Oh, you need shield. Why is the dog destroying it as well? Oh, it's dead. Unless... Even the game don't know if I got it or not. I don't think I get more stuff if we complete more excavations. What is cryotic then? Is it used for any like crafting stuff? If not, then I can just leave. Not for this specific mission. Yes, it is. Material crafting. Oh, but you can get crafting for any excavation mission. Oh, so there's no additional item that I'm gonna get. Bonus run aren't gonna happen. Ah. Whoa. Where is your head? Oh, thank you, dog. Well, let's extract then. I have a small question. What would be, in you guys' opinion, the best mission to get relics? Any endless, like, is it survival, defense, excavation? Like, which one do you guys prefer? No Ayatan Sian Star? The fastest mission time to do relic is capture? If you know what you're doing, Cetus bounties is a good source of it. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing, so it's okay. Lazy mode and do void captures. I guess I haven't reached that part of the game yet.
Ordis does hope to see the Arkwing soon.
Void captures are very fast. Okay. Harness. Oh, there's one systems left. Maybe I want my Viper back. I like Viper as well. Viper good, but maybe not this. It's just 4 more bullets. It doesn't help as much. 9. Fire? Cold. 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 No. My Texan. No, I don't have Texan anymore. Okay, cold. You can do a 3-wave defense in less than 1 minute? Maybe? If it's like an infected, maybe? Extract this one in Venus. Okay. Going in. Fastest capture 30 seconds. Whoa. What's cap? Oh, a capture is like kill the target and then suck them into our system? Is that capture mission?
The Orkin Archive has led us to this location. Defend the extractors until you find an
Yeah.
Arkwing Arch
Oh.
blueprint.
Wait, are we fighting coppers? That doesn't look like coppers. Nice dodge. Oh, it's another excavation. This one should be a little bit easier to defend because they're all infested. They don't have guns and shit. Uh-oh. What is that? I guess we only excavate once and then extract. Yeah.
The excavator has been deployed.
Good job,
Strike
dog.
down
Good
power
job.
carrier enemies. Take their fuel cells and bring the cells to the excavator to keep it powered.
That thing is tough.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
I didn't realize how strong dog is.
The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
That feels pretty fine. How many seconds? 25 seconds? Oh, pop pop. Have you seen the boss event in Bourne? Diamond Bag? They have a new elite boss now? Like the huge balloon? Never mind, they still have long range.
That's it. You found an Arkwing part blueprint. Head to extraction when you are ready.
One more. This one is really close. Snake body boss? Oh no. Why do I feel like I fight against that before? Or is it new?
Excavator deployed.
No, right?
Protect the unit while
It should be
extracts the
new. I haven't fought that thing before. The only one that requires a paragon to beat? Oh no.
Proceed to the dig site.
Okay, that already sounds like terrible.
Excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
Thank you. Do you have a weak point? Honestly, don't know about if that thing has a weak point or not. Dog is like, I'm so sick of this stupid owner so bad. What is she doing? I have to kill everything? Hi. Isn't Tinkerton a simple map? I don't know what Tinkerton is. I don't know the map name. I have to look at it before I know. Let's go extract. Kobo had fun. I'm doing good so far. Head to bed for now. Have a good night. Thank you, Birdseed. Have a good eepy. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Money is power. Tenno and Hooch. I got achievements. It is a simple map, but gosh dang it, it is shorter than I am. What do you mean it's shorter? Jade is huge, no? Uh-oh. Chat, my taskbar hero has full inventory. Oh no. Well, I'm gonna manage this one real quick. You know, you guys can see what I'm doing here, right? Here, this is what I'm doing. I need this. No. Yeah, it's a soulstone. Still not too sure what soulstone is used for. This one, engraving, crafting material, decoration, crafting, and yeah. Join the Discord. Oh, thank you. I'll give you a role after. Not in real life. Ooh. Oh. Oh, more. To the stash. Ooh. Okay. And then I can open up space. More soulstone. I've been doing like alchemy, trying to like... I have too many. I don't know what to do with them. There we go. Oh. Okay, that's good enough. Got one priest. Oh. I'll do more in-depth checking after. For now, I'm just gonna like do simple stuff. Okay, there we go. I'm back. Oh yeah, also the Discord thing. Okay. Done. Use the foundry to build the Odonata archwing. Oh. I have to wait 1 excruciating minute? No. The pain. How would I get that 1 minute back? Oh no. Botor has 6. I don't know if this is helping at all, honestly. I do have serration. Rupture, fast hands, have it. Crit damage, point strike, crit chance. Crit chance 10 plus 35% is 12.5. It's not that good. Oh, that's kinda good. But it needs 9. 4 to 9 是5 6 7 8 9. I need 5 more. Oh, I can. We can get more status effect, question mark? Or do we just do like the classic crit chance plus crit damage thing? I mean, I can upgrade this one to like 150%. That's really good. Yeah. Yeah. Kobo like it. And then add this on as well. That's the big boy damage. Okay. Oh god. Let's keep. Let's do the thing. Archwing. Glam. 1 minute.
The operator has all the necessary blueprints to craft an Arkwing, so what are you waiting for?
I'm doing it. What do you mean now? What am I waiting for? I wish I can have more capacity for Viper, but I feel like Viper is not bad, question mark? Whoa, holy shit. Heated charge. Puncture 2? 2-2? Puncture slash. Or impact. I have 3. The 2 ammo maximum? We don't need that. Concussion rounds. We have more impact. So that amount plus impact, it's probably going to be a little bit worth it. It's not bad. Right, we have the Archwing. I know it's Archwing, I'm gonna call it Archwing, I don't care.
Congratulations, you've crafted an Arcwing. Now I must commence calibration. So much to do. By my calculations, this process will take 372 hours. Oh, that does seem like a long time.
Tenno, this is an urgent mission.
Uh-oh.
A Corpus scout ship with information about the location of the Grenier Baelor Fomorians has been located. Raid this ship for intel. We need to know everything they do.
Find Corpus Intel. Oh, it didn't say what mission category this is. It just says find Corpus Intel. Impact Puncher / mods. IPS value. Total base damage of the gun. Total IPS value. Other damage type. What's IPS? Indie PP? Only affect only affect impact puncher / value. Total whatever type if it does have impact. So putting in mods like what I did with the impact mod doesn't help at all? Question mark? Like, it doesn't add anything because No, I have impact. It added something to it, I think. It has green number.
Tenno, tensions between the Grenier and Corpus are boiling over. You're here to find out what the Corpus know.
Can I fly? Can I fly? Can I fly? Kobo wanna fly. Are they fighting each other? Not anymore. More animal, like, if taking the assumption that plus 100%. Huh? I don't really get it, but I guess putting more mods is good, question mark? It's... I mean, essentially...
For too long, the Corpus have extorted the Grenier.
Heck!
Roll back. Consider our contracts cancelled. This is a hostile takeover.
Oh my god, I love you, Heck! Where have you gone?
I was hoping that Tenno had taught you a little humility when they destroyed your precious Fomorian fleet.
Why are you speaking like that?
The Tenno destroyed all my Fomorians.
Heck is way better. Whoever that whispering talking was, man, he's gonna soul throat. Okay, fair enough.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
You know, I'm sorry for judging. They have sore throat. I didn't think about that. My bad. Oh. Oh. That was a combo. Back shots.
Problem. There is something breaking from the void.
Meet Belo. Your fate, my future. Impossible. All units. Full arms. Prepare for boarding.
Holy shit. Impact elemental uses total value of impact punches slash gives the damage of that element. So 15% cold is the 15% of all of my impact slash and puncture added up. That's convoluted, but okay. I guess that also explains why the elemental mods are way more expensive than the puncture slash thing mod.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I cannot do that. What's with this? There's nothing in between. This is a joke. There we go.
Is disintegrating. Aborting mission. Get to extraction.
What? Am I too slow?
Sorry, ship integrity will not permit extraction at this time.
Oh. Oh, this. It's a bad battle. I remember LN2 is bad because it freezes me. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate to be that guy.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Back shots. Back shots. liquid nitrogen barrel is bad. But I like liquid nitrogen bomb. You know, like in RV Darian. There's like nitroglycerin? Nitroglycerin? I like throwing that stuff. It explodes and I like it. I like it when things go boom. Yeah, like that.
You only have one chance. Ornis, deploy Arcwing.
But my calibrations, it's not...
It's not.
Ornis, do it now.
Do it or this.
Okay. Deploying Arcwing.
Nice. I'm fly. Am I actually gonna fly?
Tenno, you need to get to the other side
Whoa!
of this debris field where Ornis can safely extract you.
Whoa! Okay, yeah, no, I need. Why? Why is the sensitivity like mega? Would we? Oh, okay, okay. 5. Okay, there we go. Fly Kobo, Kobo flying. Heck yeah. Safe. Ah, that feels much better. Whoa, holy shit. Can I bullet jump? Left shift to... What?
Energy net, you're stuck in here until you take out that Zeppelin. The net is down. Get going. Find cover now.
Find cover for what?
Get to cover. The Fomorian's guns will obliterate you.
Where? Oh, that one?
We're almost through the debris field. Just a little bit further.
Whoa, that was cool.
The Fomorian's weapons are designed to destroy capital ships. Don't let them hit your Warframe. That Zeppelin just engaged an energy net. You're stuck in here until it's destroyed. Energy net dissipating. Keep moving.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Incoming fire from the Fomorian. Find cover.
Operator, the Arcwing is performing beyond expectations. I suppose my calibration process was not necessary after all.
Stay out of the line of fire.
What line of fire?
Get to cover. The Fomorian's guns will obliterate you.
I don't know what gun are they talking about. I don't even see it.
Find cover now.
What? What? You're telling me you have wall hacks and wallbang? It went through a wall. They cheating. They're using wall hacks. What the hell?
Tenno, you have to keep moving. Incoming fire from the Fomorian. Find cover. Ordis, can you extract now?
If it doesn't kill me, I can just go.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Veritux, Imperator, Veritux, and all. Oh, they have ranks as well. Oh shit!
We now have
Oh,
the
there's
tools
the
to
gun.
take on Mayhek and his Baylor Fomorians. His arsenal is growing, but so will ours. There are more Arcwing designs and more weapons. Together, we will take to the skies and confront this new threat.
Arch gun. What's 10% magazine capacity? Status duration for shotgun?
Someone is attempting to contact the operator. Please check your inbox.
But it's you. Finally, does of this unused Archwing launcher. Equipped on the gear wheel, operator will be able to use it in open areas. Protected skies. Summons an Archwing to use during free roam missions. Ooh. Holy hecky, Kobo can fly. I thought this says Kansas. It's like, whoa, hey.
Operator, Ordis is picking up a distress signal. Wait, no. It's just the Corpus peddling their wares again.
Get off the emergency frequency!
Also, these are called Arch Gun, okay. And then I can just put these in. Nice. None of your mods are compatible with this weapon. Oh. Oh. Veritux. Oh. Kobo becoming more like Durgan? Maybe? Omni? Samples of target interest related analysis in your codex. How do I get more codex scanner? Wait, how do I change? I want to change how you behave. Appearance. Yeah. Oh, there's so much more. Holy hecky. Damn. Warframe schmovin'? Cha-cha reef roof. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Cha-cha reef spoof. Hi, Fox Macro. How you doing? Pretty okay. Gonna re-roll my Octavia. Re-roll? What? Helping Paul today? Not now, at least. I'm still like doing the main missions, still opening up maps. Haven't been really doing like any endless missions. But yeah. Wait, my boat. Wait, I have Archwing. So I finished this one. Oh, wait, it's that thing again. Oh my god. That looks so cool.
Please advise, detecting void mask echoes. Tenno ships converging on your signal. We are still seeing void echoes. Announce Tenno contact immediately.
Oh, is this what all this is referring to?
Welcome. Till then.
No more main missions. Any side missions? I've been told not to do the Wave Rider, so I'm not gonna do that. Send a mission to former crew? Welcome to the Proxima region. Find railjack missions that combine space and on-foot combat. If you own a railjack, consider visiting a practice mode. Free flight on Earth Proxima. Practice piloting and learning the railjack's layout. We'll live together. Okay. No. No, I don't want to do the Proxima. I want to do normal one. Yeah. Survival. This one looks fun. Especially when it's even more fun when it's cutting down infestation. Because they don't shoot from afar. Nuclear planet missions? I've been trying, yeah. Mobile defense Apple? Oh, I've Archwing now. This one's like 1 to 6. Grignard. Sure, I can do it. Later in the game? Okay. Oh, I'm immediately flying, okay.
I must extract crucial surveillance data from nearby satellites. Protect them until I complete my task. This is it. Defend the satellite while I extract what we need. Still working on it. Continue to defend.
They're so hard to hit. Why?
I got what we need. Find the next satellite. The enemy would rather destroy this data than have it land in our hands. not let
Hi
the
again,
enemy
Zero.
destroy the satellite before I have what we need.
There is projectile traveling. Okay.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
What happened? A breakable rock?
I have the data. Move on to the next target.
Tellurium? It looks very shiny. Must be some good stuff.
Defend this satellite.
Does Kobo and squad again before dinner? I'll see if there's any like void fissure defense or something. Or maybe you can just do like a regular survival or defense or something endless. I don't mind doing one more.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Looks like I have to aim with a white circle, question mark? I think that's the case. Maybe I'm tripping, but I'm not too sure. Do I have ability? Oh, my abilities suck. Okay.
All satellites have been hacked. Move to extraction.
Yeah, okay.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Kinda cool. Wah. I got this thing. This rare metal is foreign to the origin system. Can only be found in asteroids that have made a long journey from other stars. Archering missions on Uranus. But I did archering missions on Earth though. It's not even on anyone's anus. Ooh. Nice. I mean, it does the suck, right? I press 1 and then all the energy and health comes here. It's a universal rare drop from any archery mission. Also specifically added to submersible archery missions in Uranus. What is more damage? Oh.
All set. Serviced your weapons myself.
I guess these are just cosmetics. Spy interception. No endless void fissure? I'm afraid if I were to do like my version of defense or survival, it would be too boring for y'all. Because I'm too weak and I'm like baby.
Now we finish this business once and for all!
Interception is endless? What's interception? It's 16 to 18. Well, if you want, we can try.
Sometimes Ordis likes to assume he knows nothing. Nobody can learn what they think they already know.
Capture the point. Oh, that's interception. I think I played like once or twice of that. Alright, I'm inviting... Nexus is not on, right? Are you on Nexus? Oh, Nexus pula. Hiya. Narix? Nexus, oh my god, my brain doesn't work anymore. Oh my god, oh my god. I need to eat something. Let me grab this. Plastic noises. Yeah. Gonna mute myself for a bit. Oh yeah. Well, I don't know if Star is here then. Would you want to play with me, Jokey, in space? Would you want to do one interception? With little old Kobo? Sure. I don't know if space is still here. I'll wait for Narix as well. Solar replied, but it was 4. Oh. Okay. What if I...
Well,
What if I... What if I invite... What if I invite... Space? I mean,
does the
space is
Uno
still
ever leave
here.
that
I
tower?
I don't know if that's rude though. Oh no.
Someone in Cetus must have answers. Come on, sweet things. Give it up.
Give it up. Yeah, I'm running another thing. Space! I'm gonna do another interception. Well, it's a void one, so... Yeah. Would you wanna do another thing together? Okay. Nice. Remember, not too strong. I don't want to like not like nuke the entire map every second, alright? Try to stay at more or less my current combat prowess, I think. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but I'll just be playing guitar. Don't worry. I mean, I guess that works too. As long as you're not like being too bored. We have squad chat, right? What? What? I think once I'll type in squad chat. If ready, type ready. Kobo will start interception mission. Each use a different point to protect so you won't be bored. Oh, there's... I played once or twice. There's 4 points, I think? Oh, we have to protect each of them. Oh, I mean, last time I did it, it was like me alone trying to control the 4 points. It was nightmarish. That's why I've no... I mean, that's why I've no memory about it. Narix must be like at his arsenal is like, oh. So it's brave with your enemies. That's true. Still, you're gonna flippy dip everywhere. Varuna is so cool though. Shit. Let me double check my arsenal. I mean, it's probably not going to be too difficult, I hope. Was washing dishes. Oh no. I'm ready now. Okay. I mean, I guess my gun is like this. It should be fine. Alright. Oh wait, space is not ready yet, right? Let me see. There's a new void fisher, I think. No, not really. I ready for starting mission. Alatomas, is that the one? Oh, it is. How do I... Cannot start another mission with vote is in progress. How do I... Oh! How do I vote? Alright, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12. I have 12 relics. Don't know how good that is. I'm just gonna equip for mission for everything, and then off stream I'm going to farm. I'm going to try to get more relics. Wee. The ships are actually so adorable. I didn't even realize how cute that is. They have eyes. Oh my goodness.
Nearby communications towers are broadcasting crucial enemy intelligence. Capture the towers and decode any incoming messages. Watch out, I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic?
Matching relic?
A fissure. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics.
Sure.
They're dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic.
Are we already protected?
Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic.
I can go A. That's D. Okay. I go B. How do I go B? Okay, I'm going B. I'm not stuck. Okay, there we go. I can read that. Oh, it takes more time to capture a point. Ooh. Go, dog, go!
We are in total control. Keep fighting.
D is getting captured.
The enemy
What
have
are
taken
from
a tower.
Australia? Huh?
You must recapture.
No restraint? Stronger one overrides? What does that mean? No restraint? Oh yeah, I need to get the reactant. Alright, don't mind
You're
me
dominating.
getting...
Keep it up. Tower lost.
I need reactant. Get out of here. I'll kill everything. C lost? Oh, C is up here.
We have control of all 4 towers.
Conflict. It looks like they don't really go for other points once they have 1 point set up. What the heck? Make sure you collect the traces. Yeah, I've been trying to collect the reactants for the void fishes thingy.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Oh wait, that's... Oh my god. Like, teammates are still... teammates is also a red health bar. That's so fucked up. Well, they don't really care about... They don't really care about the other points. I like my sword.
We have successfully decoded the message. Clear the area.
Remaining enemy. Homing missiles? Oh my god, what's going on?
More data is being broadcasted. Are you willing to risk going back into the field?
Alright, I'm at my B. Hi, dreamy gaze. Forma blueprint? Prime stock? Musketeer prime handle? I mean, these are prime weapon crafting things. I'm getting them.
I have detected another message incoming. Capture and decode the signal.
Yeah. I found it. Oh my god, I found it.
A radio tower.
They can do it, it's fine. Oh no. They disrupt our ritual. Kill them. C, where's C?
We are in total control. Keep fighting.
Okay, we capture C. Nice, we capture everything. Are they going for B? Doesn't look like it. I can go for loot. I can go look for loot actually. This is like I don't even need to do anything. Hell yeah. I just need to like look for void traces sometimes and we should be good. Wait. Is that friend? Oh. Void traces. I think they're trying to go for C. I mean, not that they can.
Your relic is over.
Holy fucking shit. Too stonk. Ooh. Dual sword? Multi-hit angle strikes and deadly thrust attacks? Ooh. That's dual swords it says.
Message decoded. Leave none alive. Clear out the remaining enemy forces. Extraction is available, but there are more messages to be decoded. Will you stay or go?
Where's the pendulum? No! Pendulum. I found it. Ivara Prime? Ooh. There's a jellyfish.
Try and capture another signal. Be careful though. The enemy has surely rallied stronger reinforcements.
Exception. How do I get it to exceptional? Oh, upgrade relic? Oh. Oh. something to upgrade. I don't know what I did. Hell yeah.
Tower online.
Vibing with space. Heck yeah. It's fine. They got it. You know, I might be able to eat things as well. I have my leftover dim sum here that I can just eat for a little bit. The good stuff.
We are dominating. Keep it up.
Oh yeah, I should get void tracers. Yeah, we're wiggling. You guys are way too strong. Hell yeah. I'm not even worried for I'm not even worried for 1 second. Like there's constant music going on, vibing. Everything is fine. They can't do shit. Ooh.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
I have infinite bullet. Oh. I don't have infinite bullet. Oh, why am I so fast?
Not allow the enemy to land on our espionage. Eliminate the remaining enemy personnel.
I'm back at B.
The enemy have deployed fierce
Hi,
reinforcements.
Karis.
Are you willing to stay and decode more messages?
How's the Kobo Warframing? Pretty okay. Yeah. Yeah. Fang Prime? Ooh, Bronco Prime? Ooh! I want Bronco Prime. I need the AK Bronco. That's how you get Bronco. Well, I don't know how we get Bronco Prime. That's not mine.
They are broadcasting another message. Make sure the enemy never receives it.
So I can just keep getting it to Radiant. I mean, why not, right? Void trade. Oh, I have a lot, no? Yeah, I can just do it. Ta-da! Yeah, Radiant. I equipped it though. And then spawn it? Company? What? Spawn what? Smash? Why are we smashing? Whoa. Space Angie.
This tower is ours now.
I guess they're only appearing here, question mark. Kobo red? Seriously? No. Oh no. Who's
We
speaking?
have control of all 4 towers.
Holy fucking shit, the enemy don't even stand a chance. Level 30. My bolt whore is level 30! Nice. Well, all my weapons are 30 now. Except for Heat Sword. Yeah, Heat Sword is 18. Okay. Void Traces. I can never get used to... I can never get used to friendly health bar is also red color. That's so weird. Are you friends? I don't get it. Jokey disconnected, I think. Nice.
You have collected enough reactants to open your relic.
Exploding raccoons? I love exploding, but not when raccoon explodes. Thank you. Welcome in. Just looking for a string to sleep. It's okay if it's like 5:30 a.m. for you. Oh, yeah, sure. I don't mind. I just hope I'm not too loud. Yeah, sleep sounds good. It's if it's 5:30. Holy hecky. You're okay? Oh, thank goodness. Okay, then yeah. If you don't mind, then have a good evening then.
Extraction is available, but there are more messages to be decoded. Will you stay or go?
This is our secret. I own this blueprint, then I'll take that one.
I have detected another message incoming. Capture and decode the signal.
Oh, the upgrade only lasts for one time? Ah. Oh, Quasos Prime Blade. Oh, Bronco Prime is here. Save format is a good thing to nab if you already got the other options in the relic rack. Oh. It's kind of my second time trying to farm with people. Well, with friends. the void relics, so I'll keep that in mind. Forma, a lot of people seems to like recommend me getting Forma if I have every other like things like I have already. How far into the story? I just got Archwing? Yeah, I just got Archwing just now. Yeah. Where's C? Uh-oh.
We have lost control of a tower.
Oh no. I kill you?
The enemy have captured a tower.
Second dream, or is it the demons? I'm not too sure. Oh? I mean, I just know that I literally just got Archwing. That's what I know. Kill.
We have control of all 4 towers.
Ooh, was that my damage? That was my damage. I don't remember a quest of name Stolen Dreams, so I have to check in a second. Expect to see. Yeesh. Uh oh.
You open the relic.
Big reveal!
Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
This one might be
The enemy
loud though.
have taken a
I have to
tower.
turn on that
Must be
volume.
captured.
Big reveal! Look at that hamburger. Look at that sandwich. The seat? That's friend. I didn't even know. X next to the keyboard. It's okay. I fat finger all the time as well. Don't worry.
We are dominating. Keep it up.
What is that? What is that? Huh? What is this? Korea? Scannable door hickey? Oh, I have to scan that. Okay. Just a second. Holy fucking shit. Unfortunate for you, I'm trying to get up there.
We cannot allow the enemy to learn of our espionage. Eliminate the remaining enemy personnel.
I did it. Oh my god, I'm the best. I kill you. I need to get back to my station.
More data is being broadcasted. Are you willing to risk going back into the field?
Whoa, Bronco Prime. I need one more Bronco Prime. I'm taking the Bronco Prime. So that I can make the AK Bronco. Yeah, AK Bronco Prime. The two shotgun. I want that
They
one.
are broadcasting another message. Make sure the enemy never receives it.
This one is exceptional. I'll do this one. Don't forget the AK Bronco link thingy. Oh yeah, I need the link. I don't know how to get that link. Oh no. Space didn't get the thing.
Tower captured.
I have my
Getting
provider.
stream to
Oh,
code now.
I will capture. Already? Takes a while to capture.
This tower is ours now.
Holy fucking shit, I'm not doing any damage. That's a full magazine.
We are in total control. Keep fighting.
I might have the link in my inventory, giving me the home to Warframe. No, it's okay. I'll get it on my own. I don't know if it's a provider or it's because the distance between us. Like, I'm from Malaysia. I don't think it's... I don't think, like, Malaysia to wherever you are must be a little bit tough to handle, I feel like. Any suggestion for Alex I can toast those to you? It's okay. I can farm those on my own. It's fine. I'm not looking for like I kind of want to like get my own things like farmed. Unless I'm really like balls deep into the game, then maybe if I want to ask for some things, then yeah. But since I'm like less than 2 weeks into the game, internet is entirely dead. I'm on mobile data. Oh god. Narix just destroys and nukes everything.
The relic has been
Oh wait,
cracked open.
I'm
Finish
cutting
your
my own
mission to
teammate.
find out what's inside.
I'm cutting my own teammate. I'm so stupid. Swipe, cover clone. One additional enemy increases attack range. Goodbye bitrate, I guess.
Message decoded.
I kill you.
None alive. Clear out the remaining enemy forces.
I'm faster than you stupid. Get out of here. I'll
The
kill you.
enemy have deployed fierce reinforcements. Are you willing to stay and decode more messages?
Lex Prime Barrel or own. I'll get the thing that I didn't own. If cycle one, reading my
Try and
game.
capture another
Game
signal.
weird, yeah.
Be careful though. The enemy has surely rallied stronger reinforcements.
Exceptional is good, right? Yeah, equip for mission. Exceptional. Game is tweaking? I know, right? Cannot believe it. Game done.
You have captured captured a radio tower.
Right, let's try capturing them. You got the AK Bronco main, just like a main BP? I think I have the AK Bronco Prime blueprint? I think?
We have control
Probably?
of all 4 towers.
Holy shit. How many headshots can one enemy take? That's crazy. I can spare a couple of prime for everything I'm lucky with the drops, right? I'll keep that in mind. Oh, they're zipline. That's what it is. I thought they're just flying. Carbon incubator upgrade. I have a few of that already. This is because the door go its way. Marsh relay. It was so hard to kill that thing. I got ribbon silver? Cool. Hi, Ninetales. Yeah, Kobo's having fun. My full magazine can kill one enemy if I hit headshot. I'm also not really looking for, not looking for like people giving me stuff. Since I'm only 2 weeks in, is it 2 weeks? No, I feel like I'm only 1 week in. 1 week into the game. Oh my god, they're all just ziplining in.
Successfully decoded the message.
Nice.
Clear the area.
I kind of want to like figure out things on my own for now. Is that everyone? Alright, I'm gonna... Oh, I can do it invisible. Thanks for understanding.
The enemy have deployed fierce reinforcements. Are you willing to stay and decode more messages?
Narix could do like 21 waves of enemies. Narix just melts everything. Lab Force Prime chases. Oh, I don't have any of these. They don't say that I don't own them. But the chases is always good, right? I don't like Burston. Fuck Burston.
Try and capture another signal. Be careful though. The enemy has surely rallied stronger reinforcements.
Just bring support for energy and status immunity? Yeah, while melting everything. That's support, huh? Daiku Prime String. Oh, it's Burst and Prime stock. Yeah. I cannot believe I'm actually almost out of relic. Wow. Oh. How much are we going to go for? We can go for... After this, one more. One more relic. If it's possible, look at what I'm doing. Look at what I'm doing. What the hell? I couldn't do anything. Oh shit, I'm dying. Nah, I think this might be the last one. Oh, hi, mean. Sorry if I sink in the picture trying to give you stuff that I kept on goodness alone. Everything is trying to give you stuff that. Yep, I definitely noticed. I would say that's pretty passionate, yeah, but I was honestly overwhelmed and stressed out during the first week of streaming Warframe as like people who knows absolutely nothing about Warframe, so I was definitely stressed out and uncomfortable. Now that I'm 1 week in, I guess I can just say that I can just tell people that yeah, I'm not looking for gifts, not looking for like items. How me is doing good. I'll say sorry to speak up soon. I have been enjoying the gameplay. I don't know about the story. But the gameplay will definitely got me playing a lot longer. I really love the melee in this game. It seems simple, but it's really good. Simple and satisfying. Woke up a bit late, gonna get food, so I'll be right back. Okay, have a good food, meat. Tower lost. Oh no, I'm responding to chat. I'm slacking. I'm a bad teammate.
We are in total control. Keep fighting.
I'm in the court now. I'm gonna try to catch up sleep before the sun comes out. Oh yeah. Have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. Oh my goodness, I couldn't hardly kill anyone. Think we can do one more after this? Surprise streaking? No, oh. No, I don't wanna get on. Hi, Solar. You know what? I'm gonna do one more. Why not? After this, one more, and then we good.
We have decoded the message. The remaining enemies must not report back to their command.
Nope.
Eliminate everyone.
I'm just a little baby. I gotta kill him. I'm trying. Yeah, support, am I right? It's fucking
Extraction is available, but there are more
仙剑奇侠
messages to
传
be decoded.
bullshit.
Will you stay or go?
Alright, one more. Look at that 仙剑奇侠传. 神龙八卦12掌. Ooh, shiny. Hope Solar is doing good. Mwah.
I have detected another message
Okay,
incoming.
one last one.
Capture and decode the signal.
Ooh, Quasus Prime? That looks so cool. Wait, give me that. Radiant. Yeah, Radiant. Look at this little shit. Look at this dragon.
Tower is
Hi,
ours
yeah.
now. Tower
Uh-oh.
online.
Oh, that's zipline. I was like, what was that? Where's the noises coming from? Oh, we need to get air.
We are in total control. Keep fighting. We have lost control of the tower.
No, but B was my station. Get out of here. I'm dicing everything.
We are dominating. Keep it up.
Ooh, reacting. Normally the second row is murder. Love the Excalibur look. Ooh, thank you. It's a trans color. I know, on the nose. Right. Second is where I can't play once you're done, or is the last mission? I think this might be the last mission or the last multiplayer mission. I might go for a few more missions after this. But no more multiplayer for now. Oh, I'm sorry, Solar. I'm sure there'll be more chances. I will poke Solar about it. Oh my god, my everything is already max rank. Hell yeah. Let's get the void reactor. Nice.
You have collected enough reactant to open your relic.
I didn't see what it does.
You have decoded the message. The remaining enemies must not report back to their command. Eliminate everyone.
Nice.
More data is being broadcasted. Are you willing to risk going back into the field?
No. We good, we good. Thank you. Thank you. Holy hecky, we got so many things. Oh my god. Yes! Exception Radiant! I got the thing I want! West's Blueprint. I don't know what it does, but I want it. It looks cool as heck.
They are broadcasting another message. Make sure the enemy never receives it. The data you have collected here today
Oh my
will
god.
go a long way in
Oh my
supporting our
god.
cause.
Holy. Oh, holy heck. The quest was is a fan blade, it's fun. I want to kick and punch everything. This kobold is very violent.
All scanners full power.
Thank you.
Tail unmasking. Ready flak. Wait.
I might go for a few more like main missions, I guess. Botor. Botor is already maximum. And Kobo instinct. It's slaying? Heck yeah. Kobo doesn't have glaive weapon yet. Is fence category? I don't know about Glaive, but I have seen Fist Fans category. The Kokage is one. Ankiro is one, I think. Cronus is not done. Goon is not done yet. Gorgon. Ah! Stuff with level way better than co-op. Yeah, it's crazy. And he's just level 30 everything on one mission. What do I do?
All set. Service your weapons myself.
Thank you, Space. We'll look in chat a bit, of course. Have a good luck. Thanks again, Space. Appreciate. It's always nice to see you again. Equipment, inventory, weapons. The space. It's so stingy. They're so stingy. Oh. That's the sound of typing, right? Good luck, Kobo. Thank you, Space. Kobo will have the best of luck. Heck yeah. Double check that this is sent you the other day. No. I don't want to look at stuff. I just want to throw everything away. Do I have to read? Oh, I don't want to read. Reading is hard. Kraken can toss safely? Yes! Get out of here. I hate you. Alright. Now I can punch, I can fist, I can kick. You wanna know what safe to toss the fang is? I lied. It's used for Cold Star. Hey, it's not my phone. I didn't say it. There's way too many. My point exactly. I don't want to read. You can just be a rank 0-1. That's good then. And use that for making Cold Star? Okay, then it's not too bad. Toss the Froggo. Keep the Dwarfskana. The Bonk. Fang can toss. Fang is cool, but it's okay. But I want the Bone. Heat Sword? Do we need Heat Sword? They already got the max rank from getting it to 30. Fang can toss. Keep Furry for endgame. Just toss it out to make it later. Get out of here, Furry. Heat Sword you can toss? I mean, Heat Sword was nice. Okay, we have a few spaces here.
Everything
Thank you.
Orders, operator? Is that a pun? I will attempt to bypass this fault.
I already have the next chases. Lavos Prime chases. Tellurium. Oh, wow. Quasus Prime handle and blade. Mastery 13 required. Oh no. Next systems. I mean, might as well. Why not? Ruhang. Foruna Prime. Zaku. Oh, Zaku. Wait, no, this is Zaku Prime. Warframe weapon slots are the best thing to spend
The balance
on
of power continues to shift.
at this point.
Navigation is marked with new invasions.
You can always get platinum through trading later in the game. It's gonna say don't build parts until you can build all three. Oh no. Is it going to like hawk my inventory slot? Heat Sword can toss, Heat Sword can toss. Heat Sword is kind of hard to get. Very tossable, but if you want to keep it for some reason, tougher to get again later. Oh. For that, I guess I'm keeping it since it's harder to get. Don't be parts of it, yeah. Well, Too little, too late. It's okay. Alright, Bolt War. We have Gorgon. Machine gun. Sports a large magazine that allows you to provide suppressing fire and sustain a high damage rate over a long time. It's Negev? Oh my god. Eat Negev? 90 magazine? Hate is kind of pointless to keep until you unless you like it. I kind of okay. I feel like it's okay. Oh, that's 1 second less. That's not bad actually. Holy shit. Point strike, critical chance, final sense, crit damage, vigilante of armaments. Multi-shot? Multi-shot on this? I don't know about multi-shot. Point strike 9. Crit chance. Oh. Excuse me? That's almost half crit chance? Hell yeah. Of course we need to have hell yeah. I'm gonna have more Taka for your Taka. Gorgon is a more Taka weapon. Taka 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 taka. I don't have any secondary weapon for now. Oh wait, you have fists. Fast multi strikes with powerful finishes. Oh. Oh, you have fists, you're not like kick. Mods that increase base damage also increase crit damage. So damage mods? Alright, we need furry. We need actually no. Yeah? No. Yeah? No. Yeah. No. And reach. Oh. Good. 5. Furry is 9. Organ shatter. Crit chance. Plus 30%. 2 times for heavy attack. Plus 4%. Yeah, walao eh, 才 4% 而已，我操。Live strike? Sure. And of course, we can never forget. Boom. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay. Yeah. How funny would it be if you can just... Oh. Oh. Oh? Oh. They need money. Tai-Chin cool brow color? What? I cannot copy my... Pride celebration. Yeah, this one.
A fearsome appearance, Operator. You will strike terror in your enemies.
Probably should be... I don't see anything change. Oh, it's just the color, right? Whoa, they have armor. Whoa. Also, I forget. Did Kobo join a clan yet? I have my own clan, but again, if Kobo wants own clan, I just join under the cool one. What's clan? Do we have clan in this game? I didn't know. Cool bros can't be customized unless you get a stripe pattern for some reason. What? This game sucks. I cannot believe it. No trans doggy. everything gonna be the same color. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Default color. Wait, unless it's here. Oh, oh, it's just energy. Oh, oh, oh. I don't want the piss energy. Clan is mostly for playing together, but there are some frames and weapons here that you can get from clan research. Well, I guess I don't mind joining your clan. I mean, I would love to do some more, like, endless runs, but I don't have relics anymore, so I'm gonna refrain from doing that for now. Alright, complete Jupiter Junction. I cannot... Oh yeah. Oh, thank you, Narix. I forgot. Alright, so... Gonna go pass out now. Good night. Night, night, raccoon. I do have it more or less all research. All I'm missing are a few color which only matters for decorating. Ah. Pink blue color palette from pink from Nightwave. I think I got the color palette, yeah. So why cannot? Oh, I need to do this. Supple touch.
Nora's got the goods for one lucky dreamer. Who's it gonna be?
This one, right? Yeah, I got it. You get a new emblem at some point. Used to be a clan I ran for a community I'm part of. Basically everyone from there left ages ago, so I'm turning into my own personal scaly clan now. Ooh. I like scaly clan.
Later.
Kobo might not be as active, but can I join? Scaly clan?
The inbox has messages for the operator. Anything about orders in there?
Oh! Oh, it just immediately opened on its own. Dwaken Irie? Okay. Ops ho. Gamma was the one that made the clan from a long time ago. I don't know Gamma who. Clan key? Foundry to enter. Clan membership gives access to trading, base building, customizations, exclusive item research events, and much more. The chi? The chi? If you're referring to... Yeah, what's the name again? Oh, Sabin. I don't think I met them in real life, if at all, but I do know their name. Yeah, I was thinking of the other chi, the one that is or was with a certain dragon, a green white dragon. I'm not gonna name, but that's the description I'm gonna give. Not anyone who's super good and like 128 times 128 work. Not that I know of. Hi again, Annie. Alright, let's do the thing. Formito, right? I need to do Formito. Or maybe... Yeah, we can go Jupiter. Gee, fictional race for Animorphs? I don't know what Animorphs is. For me though. On and off napping this morning, so no, it's all good. Wee. 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 It's Saban Kazuki Law? I don't know who allowed there. I don't know like here. I'll stop playing. Oh, so it's only you left?
The enemy have breached the void portal in this Orakin structure. You are here to cut off their access
Oh,
and
that's
stop
the
them from coming
gun.
back. My intel suggests there are rich enemy supply caches in the area, but I am unable to pinpoint their exact location. Search them out if you are willing to shoulder the added risk. The enemy are using a void key and a portable torsion beam device to force open the portal, destroy the key and the device.
Testicular torsion? That's 90 bullets? Members to a low clans? That's understandable. I cast man butt crack. Animals survived a famous book series that is here in the States. It's all about human able to TF into
Stay
various
focused.
animals in their
There's a
efforts
heavy
to
unit approaching.
combat an alien invasion. Pro trend, so ooh, heck yeah. Uppercut. 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 Bop. 30 books? Oh my god. Get fisted. Shoot. Get fisted. I don't care. Bop, 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 bop. Uppercut. Simple but effective, the 3-hit punch. Now, how about you stop vomiting? Alright, thank you very much. Oh yeah, I'm trying to find Orokin caches. Are the cache like in the same spot every time? I might be lowballing there. Oh. 50 plus, definitely 30 plus times 3. Oh god. Entirely correct. Nowhere? Oh, they're not fixed. No. Beast. I don't care. I'm fisting. Bop. I'll fist in slow-mo if I have to kill you. This is a dead end. I don't care, I'm fisting. Exactly. Oh my god. Fisting in slow-mo. Make sure you feel every punch. to your very core. Satisfaction guarantee. What am I trying to sell? I love fighting against the infestation. Oh, water bat? Nice dog, nice. Looks like there's loot there. Bop, bop, bop. Loot.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh. What's the heavy unit? Bullet doesn't it doesn't feel like 90 bullets. But it is though. It doesn't feel like 90 bullets. Negev has 150 bullets, but it feels good to use Negev. What if it was 90 fist instead? Oh yeah, count me in. Bop. Uppercut. Oh. Oh. Oh, this one is good. Shoryuken. Neutral block combo? Unlock vault requires decaying dragon key? Dragon? Where can I find dragon? Oh my god, I want dragon to absolutely destroy. Huh?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh, I found Orokin cell! Wait, what? Can you still invite someone? Yeah, I'm a solo. Deimos drops Orkin cells. Wow. Dragon key? I don't want those. My flat doesn't quite work, but small still does in that case. Are we talking about that certain key? I want to try it. I'm so excited to try it again. Don't. Sure you can. I don't know, giggles innocently. I believe. Feast! Mega feast! Yeah. Bah. Oh. Oh. Does the shockwave deal damage?
The portal only allows travel in one direction. Start up the portal generators to reverse the polarity.
Oh. Kobo have a key holder if you live it. Yeah, I know. Kobo definitely would. And Kobo would love that too, but god, it's... Oh. I hate living here, man. They say in some team book too. Kobo is not willing to mail the key away. Yeah, no. That gives me too much anxiety. I'm stuck with never having the key. Why do I sign up? I still don't know. I would so give my key to someone if they live physically with the Kobo. I'm being pushed away. I'm not gonna fight them there.
torsion beam device.
It's
but
the
they've taken the
testicular
void key.
torsion
Find it.
device. I'm thinking about those. I'm already excited, Kobo, to say the least. Oh no!
You should have brought more, Tano. You don't have enough.
More bugs! More shiny bugs!
What have you done to her?
What? I'm just trying to fist them. What do you mean? I mean, I couldn't do damage to you.
Wait for the shot.
Alright, just a little bit. Just, yeah, just, oh, thank you.
Pick up the key. You got the key. Now get back to the portal.
I mean, not like she needs the key now. Pick up the key yet? Does it fit? I don't know. Imagine if Kobo is wearing her thing. Oh god. I would have to end stream then and there. Oh no. Transcaliber once again traveling the system, giving testicular
The device is set on
testicular
overdrive.
torsion to
Get
anyone
through the
standing in her
portal
way.
before it melts down.
Exactly. They won't even stand a chance. The Transcaliber strikes again. I cannot believe it. Whoa, don't.
Objective complete. The void key and torsion beam device are out of commission. The
No
enemy
more
will not be
testicular
returning
torsion for
anytime
you.
soon. Tenno, there are still undiscovered supply caches in the area. You may want to locate them before leaving.
How? There's no hint on where they are. Oh wait, they say to scan this. Do you not like it when I scan you? Oh. Target already scanned? Well, I guess I have a kitty now. I can promise you it doesn't fit. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh. Holy shit, I'm jealous. I mean, huh? I think Kobo is going full debauchery mode now. Help. Mega Fist? Boom. Get out of here. Oh. You know what does fit? Oh, hi, yes, Mr. Twitch, I can say that? Okay, my Aww. Twitch denies the fun. Twitch strikes again. Oh yeah, that's the vault. Ooh, shiny. Gorgon 2? Oh my god. They disintegrated, holy shit. Twitch denies the fun, just like the Kobo getting denied. Exactly. Yep. Kobo is getting out of control, oh no. Have I been here? I don't even remember. So the shockwave does deal a little bit of damage. Those quick before mod or Twitch says anything. I think my mods agree with what you say, so I think they'll be fine. And I don't think you are exactly breaking any like rules, so yeah. Personally, I think you're fine, right? I couldn't find the casual. cache is like a white colored chests, I think. Like these are green, but cache is supposed to be white, I think. Oh. I still don't get why some of them explode. Cache is black and silver. I may have had experience talking about certain things on Twitch. Oh, they also sing to you? Do they? Whitish glow and has a sound. My dog is too noisy. Oh. Oh, what happened there? Oh, this one is really tough. Triple mega fist? God damn. Uh oh. That's new. I assume you mean this room? Hmm. Oh my god, the enemies are endless. What the hell? Is it this room? Upper level? I'm only hearing the ambience, like what the heck? Is that from the outside? Is that like the tinnitus sound? The one through the double door? I mean, it sounded like tinnitus. Whoa. Yeah, that one. It sounds like tinnitus, like my ears hurt from that. Must be that one then. It was on my right ear. It didn't spawn there. But there was like this weird tinnitus sound though. Yeah, it's happening again. I assume that's just ambience? I have music turned off entirely. Oh, that's just ambience. No? I was looking everywhere for the correct key to the vault. That is a cache? Wait, let me go back again. Let's stand here. Yeah. This just mean ambient sound. The tinnitus is like a extremely high pitched ring noise. Something like that. It didn't spawn in this room. No cache there. Cache is a consistent sound. Okay. Yeah, like... No, okay. Sounds more like a shining as much as that, hey, that can have a sound. Not here either. Alright, scream in chat if you hear the noise, okay? Wait, how do I go back again? Wait, is this as back as it gets? Oh no. A main is including fiends trying to break my keys. Once you get loot radar, it becomes a bit easier since caches show up. Loot radar? Is it like a mod or like late game upgrade? Holy fucking shit. Thief's Wit, Aura is loot detector, Thief's Wit, Animal Instinct. I think I have Animal Instinct. No?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Whoa. Going to sleep, Kobo? Okay, have a good sleep space. I'm gonna keep the music on. Without music, I feel so lonely. Bam. Also, I'm gonna open up the lights real quick. Give me a second. A few seconds, actually. A moment. I'm back. My eyes doesn't hurt anymore. But yeah, it's like a pretty white glow. I think I opened one on the last mission, I think. Maybe? Maybe? Oh my god, inventory is full again. I'm doing tasks by hero. Alright, real quick, I'm just gonna like boom, boom, boom. Oh my god, my stash is full. That's crazy. Okay. Synthesis, autofill. Oh yeah, you guys can see what I'm doing. It's okay, I'm just gonna real quick, super fast. Okay, open up everything. Because I still want to play this. Autofill, boom. Okay, no more autofill, boom. I'll do the decoration thing after. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Imagine playing Taskbar Hero while streaming. Oh my goodness. Oh. Can't you hear me? This place feels pretty secret. I can't really hear anything. I'm just gonna extract, it's fine. Oh. Wait, how far can I hear it? so fucked up. How am I supposed to find the supply cache like this? There's zero chance. I don't care about the supply cache anymore. Yeah, I just couldn't. I couldn't find it. That's insane.
Resource cache. I'm detecting 2 more faint hints.
Are you sure I can hear them from further away? It's SFX sound if I remember right. I can barely hear it. Like like the shining noise. I can barely hear it. Yeah, it controls it. I don't want any other noise being too loud though. If you higher than anything else, it will stand out better. Yeah, I don't want to blow my eardrums with everything else. That's what's fucked up about it. I don't want my eardrums being blown because I want to hear the supply cache. Specific audio mixing, I just think if they did lower the supply cache noise a few years back, that is the dumbest thing ever. I cannot say I won't say too much about it.
Another job well executed.
Practice is good. I'm not gonna do that. Also knowing where to look probably helps. That's nice. Yeah.
Well, it's early where Nora is, and as she wipes the sleep from her eyes, she wonders.
Sorry if I would call they introduced or they lowered it because people bitch about it being too loud. No fucking way people bitch about it being too loud. It's a thing where you go find it and open it and they shut up. And people bitch about it being too loud. That is dumb as fuck. I'm sorry. Holy fucking shit, they bitch about it being too loud. How? That's dumb. It's a thing that you go find, you press E on it, and then they shut up. And they bitch about it being too loud? Really? Really? How convoluted can people get sometimes? Holy fucking shit, I'm pissed. There was something that
If I may
finished
say,
crafting, I
operator,
think.
your chosen Warframe suits you. Ha ha.
Oh yeah, I have don't go. Oh, and Orkin Cell? What? Oh yeah, I should make clan key. What do you need? Ferrite, Morphix, Polymer Bundle? Yeah. I feel like I can hear from further away that you could there. I have a similar thing where I don't want things too loud. First I use a little Orkin cells. Yeah. If it's too loud, just press E on it and then it will shut up, no? If it's too loud, it's easier to find the thing. If you find the thing, they shut up. And they give you good loot. Why? I don't get it. I don't want things too loud as well. That's why I lower my sound effect sounds. But if they lowered something as tiny as ding 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 ding, then I think it's convoluted. It is so convoluted, it's crazy. Like, there's so many things that's so loud. But that one particular tiny noise and people bitch about it being too loud. Really? No. That I say no. That is stupid. There's so many things to bitch about other than that secret finding sound. I just don't get it.
Ordis keeps a tidy ship, and is therefore reluctant to allow animals on board. In Ordis's experience, animals do not eat so much as reload.
Can I furry? Nice, I can punch faster now. It was complaints. I would strongly suspect it got caught in them changing the sound engine a few times. I hope that's the case. Then that's actually that makes sense and that's valid. Right, that's actually valid if it's because of the sound engine. If it's people complaining about it, I will be the one that start a riot. It was an undocumented change. Okay, then I just hope that no people bitch about it. Because if people do, I'm sorry to say they are weird. And they're objectively wrong. So there we go. Hi Dragon Colony. So has Warframe taken you over yet? Can I add to the register loser? Huh? What? 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 Warframe has moment where they got one guide, like universal medallions. What do you mean one guide? Like one person bitch about it and then they changed it? No, I shouldn't be looking at market actually. That's spoilers. What's time? 7 p.m. Yeah, I think I might have to stop here.
This is Merchant Transport 3398 reporting for passage. Rail control, I don't see why boarding would be necessary. Perhaps if I sent over a sample container of my wares, you could inspect that. I mean, you wouldn't even need to send it back. Okay. Okay, how about I send over 5 containers for, inspection? A pleasure doing business with you, Rail Control.
What? Maybe even devs go with it. Universal medallions, when they first came out, could give you PvP rep, but a very small number of supposed PvP mains who probably weren't complained so much that they removed the. Oh, okay, wow. It was 2 guys bitching about it, which one guy doesn't play PvP, another played game for 2 hours, and they listened? And they changed it? No, GG. GG, actually GG, no fucking way. Just tested it and it changes a lot based on which volume you have. I really don't want to put it to 100. I don't want to blow my eardrums. Action of previous game director. Thankfully he's not in the seat anymore. Some of the older devs were honestly quite anti-quality of life. I mean, for the NES era, maybe. Some quality of life cannot hurt, right? Space Mom take the wheel. Right? I feel like my bitch about that sound being low is valid. I don't want to just for the sake, like seriously, just for the sake of that shiny noise, blow my eardrums. I really don't want to. I just don't want. I really don't want. That is so bad. So no, I don't want to blow my eardrums. Like if it's way louder, or like if it changes to like, wow, I can hear it from like a mile away. If I put it to 100, no, I'm not gonna do that. Who master down a little, put SOS for that will do. That doesn't change anything. Because if I pull it, if I pull master down and then put out SFX, it will still play at that percentage of sound, no? It's the shiny noise all about click snap noises. Click snap? one of the click snap noises. Where they can spawn instead. I guess that would be a very, very late thing for me to do. I don't think I want to do that. Nope. For now, I will ignore the cache. I will completely ignore the cache because... yeah, no. Nope. Yeah, I think I'll stop here for today. Kobo? Holy master that. And once you have radar mods, it's relatively easy to learn the locations in most tile sets. Actually, don't I have the animal instinct already? Or am I actually dumb as hell? Detects and collects items including mods. Okay, maybe not this one. I guess I don't have it. What? Is it text on instead? No. Never fetch, it is so good. You get it from one of the junction as rewards. I have Thief's Wit, but I don't put it in. I'm feeling the stress. There's way too many things to look for now. Oh fuck. Oh wait, Excalibur. Thieves with this one. Plus 7 meters loot radar. I swear to god, there's another loot radar mod that I have. Fuck. Not regret leveling up vacuum and fetch. Also, suggestion polarity sword is super confusing. Polarity? Oh. Polarity? Name sword instead. Okay. Oh, it's A to Z. Okay, yeah, that actually is pretty nice. I don't know what the fuck does polarity means, to be honest. No space to put polarity though. No, polarity black. Thief's Wit. It's 2 points. There's a symbol top right. Oh. Ice drain salt. Polarity sorting is kind of messy. Symbol on top right of the card. Oh, the line and then the arrow. Oh, that's polarity. Okay. Oh. I mean, 35 meter feels pretty good. I don't mind using it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing it. Yeah. Let's see. It's 7:14 p.m. I'm so hungry, but I want to see what I want to see what that looks like. Oh, I can do the thing now. Confront the Spectre. Mobile defense. Defense. Ooh. You have Heath and Dirus. Oh, Deimos is nice. 15 to 20. Sword. But Pottery Sword is weird basically always. Come, we're gonna loot Goblin even harder now? Exactly. Let's do mobile defense. I hate the gun. I hate Gorgon though. Search the ring of fetch and vacuum ASAP. Okay. Make loot suck better. I'm using dog, right? Yeah, dog. Bitch. Companion gather. Loot suck from further? Nice. Fuck! I have an idea. Watch this. Kobo learn. Kobo learn. That one's too dirty. Yeah, sure. I mean, pressure point and fatality is like so easy to get. Thank you. Here. And then upgrade. Fetch. Boom, 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 boom. Nice. Gun can max and toss? Okay, thank god. Because the starting shooting slow is terrible. I don't like it. Go Maru and sell your Ayatan if you want quick endo. I haven't been to Maru yet. Fully socketed Ayatan? I have one. I have one. Only one, no? I have a lot of Ayatan Sian and Ember Star. But that's for next time. I don't need too much endo right now. I feel like currently I'm fine. Let's do one mobile defense. Alright, here we go. Mobile defense is not endless. You recharge butt plug? Spark plug? Imagine if that thing spins. Oh. Hell yeah.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
Am I seeing loot?
We have got to find a terminal. Proceed and prepare. That was a juggernaut. They were lured out by the death of infested. Lay low and it should go away, or amp up the fight to draw it out.
What the fuck is going on? The loot icon? Oh, the boxes.
Here comes the juggernaut.
There's gun shooting? What's going on? Juggernaut. Okay. So boxes. Oh. Oh, boxes. Okay, so on the minimap. What are boxes on the outside of the
Stay
map?
focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Heavy infestation ahead.
Oh, there's a lot of enemies here. Holy shit. I got Orokin Cell. Goose drop destroyable containers and many interactable loot items. Hmm. So those ones are out upstairs. Must be from the other floor or something. Is it normal to have this many monsters on the normal mission? I thought only void fishes have this amount of monsters. No loot here? Huh? It didn't show. Did my mod bug out?
Here is a terminal. Get in and get ready to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Still working on it. Continue to defend.
What?
Area completed. Move on.
Yeah, I don't see boxes anymore, even though I see one right in front of me. I guess the mod doesn't work when it's far away, or is it only like on the initial area? That's weird as heck. What's going on?
Multiple biosignatures detected. We've got infested incoming.
Oh, cash don't count. Oh, lockers don't count. Okay.
Kobo is such a good girl. Yeah.
Oh, it's back here. Okay.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Tenocon stream starts 7 a.m. our time tomorrow. Okay. There's some boxes over there. This is a better engaging, yeah. If I would get close, just use this one instead of like the sliding attack. It's way harder to hit. There's like one singular treasure chest here, right? Or am I blind? No, I might be blind actually. Yeah, that's not a treasure chest.
Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position.
I get fisted. One above. Oh, the nanomos counts as a treasure chest as well. Okay. Okay, nanomos. Nice dodge. Oh. Feels like there's always one that explodes around here. Two on top. Ah, okay. That's why the two on top. Okay, okay, I get it now. Oh wait, that's the terminal. That I haven't been going. Let me put the terminal in. Okay, there we go.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
I don't think they can come to the system. I'm too strong. My punch is too scary.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Oh. Who keeps going? Who keeps pushing me away?
Terminal hacked. Keep moving.
Okay, there's one singular treasure chest. Feels sus. Or not actually. A lot of loot box over there, but I cannot get there. Maybe up here? Even more high up. I thought I can stealth. I thought I can stealth kill. Stealth. What? Even down there? Before in the best form, you can get about 100 meters. I already got like 30 meters, which I think is pretty cool already. One more. Here. Okay, that's all the boxes. Blue one is energy. What? One box down. Ah. I guess I'm slowly getting used to the minimap now. Okay, green. Okay, I don't see any loot boxes here anymore. Let's keep going. Oh wait, they didn't... Lotus didn't mention there's a supply cache here, no? If Lotus didn't mention it, I'm gonna assume it's not here then. Also no objective for it? Ah. You look really strong. Never mind. It's like Goku. Must kill a lot of heckin' infested. They can be rare containers on any map, but they are well, rare? Fair enough. They are rare.
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend.
One up. Whoa. What happened? What happened? My Warframe suddenly to be like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna move now, thank you very much. That was weird. I guess my Warframe is tired. Too much fisting. The glue on the ground slows you, but it did not say outright stun me, no? I couldn't move at all. My Warframe just be like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna step on the ground and not move anymore. And I got whacked.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
One? Oh, up. No more around here. Oh. I should probably do the objective first. Oh, did I drop? Yeah. Okay. Let's do the terminal.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. On it. Continue to defend.
I feel like I punched so much infested they're gonna get extinct at this point. Oh, that one decided to work all of a sudden.
Us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete. Multiple targets ahead.
You don't say it, Lotus. Multiple targets ahead. I've been fisting 10,000 enemies like I'm playing Dynasty Warrior Warframe. Dynasty Warrior Warframe, hello? Whoa. I see where a cube comes out of the Wolverine. Fair enough. Time trial crosswise go into it? Don't go into that side room you were just in? This one? There's a time trial course once you go into it. This one? I mean, this one is definitely secret. Reach in before the door closes. Woo! Woo! Where am I going? What door? Oh, do I follow green? I cannot follow green. Oh my god, the music. Which door? I don't know where I'm going, I'm just going whenever. Please have a clear route. I would love that very much. You looked right at it? What am I supposed to look at? When you were up top, you looked through the door that was closing? What? I didn't even know what door. I didn't see anything. The secrets, I swear, I don't like them. I'm already blind. I'm blind, I'm so blind. And I'm like, oh. Oh my god, mistress. Oh my god. Hi, mistress. Welcome. You missed the pressure plate, but that's okay. So, what door are we looking at? Hope you're having fun. Honestly, yeah. Been kind of addicted to Warframe lately, and my trance caliber is real. Look to your right from where you broke the box just now. The box is this one. Or up here? Also, I hope Mistress is doing good. Welcome in. That bit of glass you were up against. So, this one. Apparently you do need to do the pressure plate to open that, I guess. There's pressure plate. There's pressure plate where? Oh yeah, Mistress, this is totally unrelated, but yesterday I just got a new package in. That allows me to be a better girl, oh my god. You can see the box on the minimap. The pressure plate is where you jump up the wall. So I assume that's like a one-time thing only? I mean, it's hard to explain. The wall with the scratches. Uh-oh, we have... okay. I'm trying my best. I'm sorry. Be gentle. I'm blind and deaf. I cannot... okay, that's a joke. But seriously though, whenever I want to see some small things, I just really cannot see them. It's weird. Nibble. Oh. My god. I'm being nibbled by Draken. Wow. Wall with scratches is where the pressure plate is. Wall with scratches. I assume this is the wall with scratches. Is this a scratch? Big scratches up ahead? This one? What's with this thing as well? Game, I'm not doing anything. You don't need the dramatic drums. You said this, the scratches tell which way to go, but the big vertical scratches. Oh, this one? Oh, the scratches tell me where to go. I'm black now. You cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. I'm black now. But the big vertical scratches, the pressure plate is where you land from turning around. So here. Oh, so after pressing this one, keep going straight. That door? Is it that one? I this game that shows. No? Okay. The opposite door to that one. This one. Actually, I should look for the scratches, honestly. So these are the doors that will close. Oh, I assume those are the doors then, right? That bit in front of you closes over time. Okay, these ones. Well, dog is in. Okay, maybe not. The trial was made with all moving system. The crashes were more telling. It was open when you looked at it. Oh, I don't think I can do it again, right? No, no more doing. No second try. Not this run. Hiya. Well, I tried. At least next time, follow the scratches. That's... How do I get back? Oh no. Okay, follow green. You can memorize the way now. I kinda do, yeah. Figure this by try and error too. Yeah, I do get frustrated really easily with stuff like this because when it comes to like small things that I cannot see, I just get frustrated pretty easily because I know that I fucking know that my eyes are bad and it just frustrates me even more. Oh. Thank you, dog, for showing me the way. Alright, time to punch my way to victory again.
Heavy infestation ahead.
Thanks, Lotus. As if I don't know that already, holy shit. Oh yeah, I forgot to set that, but the game might be a little bit loud, but I hope Celeste have a good time with Punchy. Well, I hope Mistress have a good time with Punchy. I am happy for all of you. Heck yeah. Can I go get ready for bed for this time? Yeah. Have a good EP, Solar. I love punching. One chest down there. No, it's not down there, it's... Ow. Ow. It's here, but I don't... No. There you go. Oh, weird, I don't see that. Right, never mind. Let's go extract. You can break the moving part of the ball. The box in the wall area that opens a pressure plate but sometimes doesn't. Wait, there's a lot of... I must. There is loot here. I'm so hungry. I was going to go for real. Now my kid jumps my lap. Oh. No. Is it dangerous to EP with a cat on your lap? Ooh, seismic palm. It's a new fist. New fist stance. The game. Oh my god, the game knows. God damn it! I want to go dinner. I don't want to fist more. My fist is tired. I need food. I need sustenance. Fist stance achieved. Oh, ooh, okay. Is that a loot box? I hear shiny. Yeah. What are you trying to hook me, huh? How would I know that it's explode or not? I don't get it. Yeah, see, these don't explode. Any loot here? Oh wait, no, I came from here, I think. Yeah, I came from there. The exploding ones are red. The one with red explode. Red? Am I blind? They don't show on loot radar. Oh my god, what? That was so loud. Okay, this one doesn't show on... Oh, red. Oh my god, am I supposed to look at that? Hi, yeah, that's so... You know what? I'm blind. Yep. Yeah, fuck it. I'm actually blind. Red. No punching red. Okay. What? Because it's too high of a fall.
Another job well executed.
Level 20 with fist. I love fisting. Oh my god, it's 8 PM. I'm so hungry. Seismic palm. Methodical strikes with reaching combos. Say less, king. Reaching combos? I don't need to hold C and punch forever now? Ooh, it's a good one too. Yeah. 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 Oh my god, I got more capacity now. Fist of the North Wind? It's a North Star. Gorgon suck. I don't want to use that. I should be making more weapon. Shotgun. I want this. Comb. Argon crystal. I don't have argon crystal. It matches polarity, give more capacity, keeps in Gorgon until you level.
Sometimes Fortis likes to assume he knows nothing. Nobody can learn what they think they already know.
But can I use Gorgon when I'm farming with you guys? I think level 30 that way is a lot easier. I don't want to use Gorgon, it sucks. Rifle, rifle, rifle. Oh yeah, I'm making Dragoon. That could be a good option. Oh, thank god, I don't want to use Gorgon. MK1 Strun Simulate up Simular. Miniature gravitational singularities? Used for scientific study or self-defense. What? Cephalon Simaris? Precision rifle? Launcher? Her mayhem and destruction of this Grenier grenade launcher. Oh my... No! I need Hurricane Crystal. I hate... God... I want bomb. I want bomb. Argon Crystal. Where the fuck? I'm gonna look up it after I get dinner. I'm so hungry. Alright. I had a fun day. I think tomorrow... Actually... I don't believe you have access to them yet, but... Once you do... I'm listening. And Kobo is listening very intently. Argon crystals are a unique resource in that they decay. You're kidding. What in fuck's name thought that's a good idea? Why? They got me with everything, but then a material. So when you get the blueprint first, then farm the right amount? Gee, motherfucking gee. Oh my god. Why? I don't get it. A rare material that decays over time. That I cannot hoard. Do not waste farming effort. Waste. Do not waste farming effort. What? I cannot believe who in anything 我都不知道怎样讲啊，哪一条拉都不懂讲是什么鬼的好 idea，我都别大喊。有时候你阿妈一张吼，这样难拿的东西给我讲半个钟后不见掉，超妈嗨什么鬼的，真是我不明白哦。没有理由的嘛，这种东西啊，搞什么鬼毛我都不明白。现在，哇老，这样难拿的东西也给我讲半个钟过不见掉哈？好笑哦，哇，好笑到我哈哈哈哈，我整个人肚子痛到不耐气。现在，哎呀，搞什么鬼？哇，真的是哦，不耐哦，有时候不耐哦，过过分呢，很过分哦。Hi, Dark Ashford. Alright, I'm good. I think I'm good. Okay. I rated. Who did I read again yesterday? Lucy, right? Gosh, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look what Warframe does to me. Look what Warframe has done to me. Chat, oh my god. I want to rate Johnny. It has been a while. Let's rate Johnny. Yeah. Johnny is playing Stationeers. Stationeer. Okay. Yeah. Well, I found out some weird stuff about Warframe today. Doesn't stop me from playing though. I will look. I'm a kobold that is very straightforward, I guess. Look, I'm very straightforward. People hate me for that. I get it. Right? Some of my real life friends say that I'm too brutally honest sometimes. I just sort of like, yeah, I don't ring around the rosy just to tell someone something. I don't. I usually just go straight to the point. It is, as people would say, rip the band-aid off immediately, right? So I guess like sometimes when I play games I just get frustrated really easily sometimes, and then I spout some right? I get it. I spout some weird shit as well. I get it, right? I doesn't mean that I'm gonna stop playing Warframe though. I'll still play it until to the point where I actually hate the thing that is happening in the game, then I'll probably stop and then I'll move on to the other games, right? Something like that. I mean that is also why I don't accept gifts in the game. I don't want people to spend money on me. I don't want people to just like straight out give me things in the game, because I feel like I don't know if I will be playing the game for a long time. But so far, currently, I'm still enjoying the game, so there's that, right? Straight to the point. Why not straight to the mall? You promise not eating the. You promise to not eat the boat, and then I will go straight to the Dragon's Maw. Yeah. I'm a simple boat. I like Dragon's Maw a lot. A lot, actually. It's always going to the main quest. We'll see. It's hard to say sometimes, right? Because there were so many instances where people say that the game, like the story is amazing, but then because of my very limited reading comprehension, comprehension, reading ability, understanding ability, I usually don't look at stories as like a main point to me. To me, the main point of me enjoying the game is the satisfaction of doing things. Banger ass music. Dragons, kobolds, scalies in general. Then stories and anything in game should be like optional, I guess. Like I'm not even joking when I said if the game has dragons, I probably would play it. There's a unplayable game that I bought back then. I still have the game. It's a game about playing as a dragon, and you get to kill things and level up and get stronger and get gear, you know, like the usual RPG stuff, you know. So I played that game. It's an unplayable mess. On paper it sounds good. Execution wise, it doesn't work. Nothing works with that game, right? But dragon, so I bought the game because I'm stupid. Because I'm a couple, right? I'm a couple, like, yeah. Right. Welcome back, Mama Dragon. Take care, Zri. Yeah, dragons, exactly. It is a dragon. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna raid Johnny. Sometimes I feel like I yap too much, but then again, maybe not. Nah, what do you mean yap too much? I'm a bold. A kobold could never yap too much. Right? Work was suck? Oh, crap. I'm sorry. But Kobo will heckin' hug Mama Dragon because Kobo. Anyway, let me plug my things real quick. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee good. Coffee nice. There's a monthly subscription for coffee as well if you want to help even more, but only help if you feel like you can. So don't ever feel obligated to, right? So yeah, I also actually I want to let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thank you, Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. It is where I usually announce my stream stuff. Actually, it's the only place where I announce my stream stuff. Good Bernie Batman. Yeah, and then also there's Dragon Simping Corner because I love dragons a lot. I would say I love dragons to an unhealthy amount, but that is a lie because you can never, and I mean never, love a dragon too much. There you go. But yeah, Discord, announce my stream stuff over there. If you want to know more about my streams, if you want to know more about when I stream, when I don't stream, then my Discord is the way to go. I should mention my Discord is honestly pretty quiet, right? I don't really like I don't really need people to engage to say, so to speak, right? I don't if it's quiet, it's quiet. Yeah. If it's quiet, it's quiet. It's okay. If you feel like you want to share something, you can share something. It's totally fine. Right? It's like a quiet community of cute. It's like my Discord is where I feel like if you want to share something, feel free to. If you want to chill, feel free to, right? It's not I want to force some interactivity in the Discord. No. There's no need to actually, right? So yeah, vibe if you will. If you want to just chill, if you want to share something, feel free to. That's about the Discord channel that I have. I actually never really mentioned this, so I kind of want to like say this now, right? I don't mind if my Discord server is like very quiet, not a lot of people are talking. It's totally fine, right? Like sometimes general, there's like people sharing the stuff. Sometimes there's Dragon Simping Corner, people sharing the stuff. Sometimes in the loot chat, someone shares something and makes Kobo happy or something like that, right? It's just like the usual. If you want to chill, then chill kind of thing. So yeah, look and enjoy the dragon simping. Exactly. But yeah, just kind of want to like share that a little bit because I don't want people to feel obligated to like, oh my god, the Discord is so quiet, I need to do something. No, it's okay, right? Honestly, it's totally fine. You don't need to feel obligated to engage with a quiet, well, engage with my Discord server because I'm okay with it being quiet. I am. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it for the plugging and stuff. Since we're raiding Johnny, well, whoever I'm raiding, I'm gonna ask for uppies anyway. Whoever the Kobo is raiding, uppies is guaranteed. Well, not guaranteed, but I will always ask for uppies. Of course, if you don't have my email, feel free to use whichever email you guys have. It's totally fine. Just maybe don't use more than 4. Yeah. Yeah. Gonna go pack dinner now. Have a good dinner too, Kobo. Thank you, Zri. Have a good dinner as well. I'm gonna go get dinner. It's like 8 p.m. Right, let me type in the rate to Johnny. There. Okay. I typed in the rate. And Kobo is ready to rate. Also, before the rate now. Oh. Okay, I'm back. Before me, then welcome back. Before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. I really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves you all, right? And here comes the raid to Johnny. Shiny Dragon. Wow. Hey yeah. Oh wow. Shiny Dragon. Oh my god. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. No, Shiny Dragon is currently ice cold. Wow, wow, wow. And speaking of, I should probably start to do art again. I didn't stream this Wednesday because of the 2 hospital trip, but I think next week I will bring back the art on. I will bring back doing art every week, and hopefully I can find one more day to do art, right? Yeah, one more day to do art. Why not? Art is pretty good. I just need to get past that first start up doing art feeling. It's always the first step that's like the toughest, right? I can I always lost to that. Yep. Yeah, Kobo is gonna go get dinner now. Tomorrow I'll probably play. Oh shit! Actually, I have a game tomorrow that I want to play, so I'll probably postpone the repo session. I'll do an announcement again soon. So tomorrow I have a game that I want to play. It's super duper adorable. I saw. So take care, everyone. Love you all. Bye bye. See you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Double kiss because I love you all. Bye bye.